Knut Mickelson was a eugenicist and a radiobiologist who was in the German underground, and he was also the tutor for the Crown Prince of Norway and his family. That's pretty important to somebody who's just a teenager in high school. And this individual, who was a friend of Colonel Philip Doyle, actually came to our high school wanting to meet the high IQ people in the state of Florida who were young people who were interested in science, and because of the Sputnik and the emphasis on Russians, they wanted to encourage young people to do their very best to become scientists and to overwhelm the Russians, and that was the whole idea. At the same time, my grandmother had recently died of cancer, and I had already started a cancer research project of my own with minnows, and went to guppies and to mollies. So we had these fish, and that was fascinating to them, and they said they would get back with me. I'm talking about Knut Mickelson and the people with him. They went on to the 7th Eugenics Conference, or some kind of conference in New York. Suddenly I found myself and a few others at Manatee High School in Braden, Florida. We were being sent materials from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and from the Atomic Energy Commission, and I have all kinds of documents and everything, all is well documented. I was made to feel very special, I suppose, because I was supposedly had the highest IQ in the state of Florida, and I was a girl, and to them that was intriguing. But I was not alone. I was aware that there were probably hundreds of students like me. What was different about Bradenton, Florida, is that we had a great number of retired military there. We had people also very interested in such organizations that now sound, we know more about them now, but at that time, the John Birch Society and the Minutemen and so on had just been formed or were forming. I had become friends with McKinley Cantor, for example, who was a biographer for Curtis LeMay, the general, who was involved, as you know, in the Bay of Pigs and so on. At that time also, not long after that, Tony Lopez Frisquet is someone else who came into my life. He is was the son of the finance minister of Cuba, whose name was Rufo Lopez Frisquet. And I got a lot of horror stories about Castro. Plus, of course, by 1962, we have Castro aiming missiles at Florida. I'm living there, you know, with my parents and everything. And so you get a strong desire to do something about Castro. Very similar, I would say today, how we feel about Saddam Hussein. Get rid of this man who's disturbing our peace, and he's a general. Now, that doesn't mean I wanted to get rid of him or anything like that, but I was aware of the undercurrent of people who were very upset and involved in this, and I knew them, and I got to know them. As a result of that, I began receiving correspondence from Oak Ridge, from Walter Reed, and I have documents still from Walter Reed Institute, where they're saying, you're doing the same kind of thing we're doing. I was working with hypothermia and tissue culture with cancer at that time that I had been working on with mice. The mice were not the best mice, and soon I found myself getting some really good mice from the Webster Swiss strain. There were other wonderful things that were being sent to me, like mercaptoethylamine and very exotic different chemicals like anti-radioactive steroids, and these are all, we have the records for all of that. So I find myself at the age of 17 with access to Manatee Memorial Hospital, the professional building, to Tropicana Industries, chemical labs, and anything I want, because I'm young and it's sort of like a celebrity, and my name is all over in the papers and everything, even all the way over to the San Francisco Chronicle. A newspaper reporter came over. I have all these, was attention. They were trotting me around to like the Rotary Club and the Kiwanis. I'm telling them my story, and before you know it, they're building this technology building at Manatee High School and filling it with all kinds of things. And I've got mice, and boy, have I got mice. At one time, 50 or 60 of them got loose, and everybody was screaming, you know, so they moved them to a place under the stadium, and that room still exists. Meanwhile, I have access at the hospital to tissue culture with Dr. Shively and Dr. Rogenkamp, among others, and we have documents showing that they were trained at Oak Ridge at the same time they were helping me to learn how to handle radiation tissues mice, and I, in the end, was inducing cancer with cigarettes, extracts from cigarettes, in mice, and giving them lung cancer faster than had ever been done before. This got the attention of Dr. Alton Oxner, and Dr. Harold Deal. Dr. Deal and Oxner were, respectively, Oxner was once the president of the American Cancer Society, along with Wild Bill Donovan just before him, who also founded, as you know, the CIA, and they were very good friends with each other. So we have these American Cancer Society presidents. Dr. Deal is the vice president of the American Cancer Society. I have his card and lots of information on him, helping me. And actually, I'm in his motel room at one point with his wife because we got so close. I'm spending the night there telling them about my project. They got so interested in my project and what I had done and verified that I'd given these mice cancer. These men had been all over the country telling people and had written books that smoking caused cancer, and here I had proven it. It would be several years before the Attorney General would come out with a general statement that smoking caused cancer. I was not the first one to show it, but I was one to show it the fastest. Because of that work, I found myself right after graduation from high school. I was not even 18 yet, or I was just 18, and I was at Buffalo, New York at Roswell Park Institute for Cancer Research. And at that particular juncture, I was working with Dr. George Moore, who was the head of the entire institute. And I don't mean I was working in just at Roswell. I was working in his particular laboratory. They had tissues there from Tom Dooley, and Dr. Moran was working on another project. Dr. Moran and I didn't get along very well, but I did get along well with Dr. Moore. And in the end, we were developing a special kind of tissue culture solution that would allow cancer cells to live longer. And then we were working with cells like melanoma. And I was assigned, when I left that place, when I went to a full scholarship at St. Francis College in Fort Wayne, Indiana, not very far from Indianapolis, not very far from Eli Lilly, which I've hardly mentioned. Eli Lilly being involved in giving me chemicals and a lot of encouragement. And they were associated with some projects for the government at that time. I had grants from the National Institute of Health and from the National Science Foundation and from the American Cancer Society, and I had connections again with Oak Ridge. And that little school, St. Francis College, they were offered $10 million grant to develop a new technology building and all that, and I came with it. When I left a few months later, they lost the $10 million, and that's on record, that they had to wait for years. I was taken out because my parents, realizing I was sort of being apparently run, I didn't have my own life anymore. I mean, every minute, every waking minute of my time, I was, it was all in the papers at all times, and so we have good chronicle. You can see it from almost from month to month. And I am now asked to please work with the most deadly cancers. The idea being, if we know how deadly they are, we can make them more deadly, we know maybe how to get at them and really wipe them out. I was told about how Russia was developing really deadly cancers they might use against us, and they wanted me to work on this. And the project was at a little college rather than in the big news, because this is a little delicate. You don't really want to have everybody, if I were at Harvard or Princeton or a real fancy place like that, we'd have to fill out all kinds of papers that would be reviewed. Over at St. Francis College, nobody was looking at what I was doing, but I was close to it at hand, and I was engaged in all of this research, and I had no life of my own. At age 18, here I was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, with a small lab there and access to other labs at the time, and they were going to be shipping in mice and so on. My whole thrust was, I want to cure cancer, and that's, you know, and of course the newspapers are writing, we've got news from Judy over in Indiana. And at this time I also presented a paper to the Indiana Biological Association. I believe it was held at Notre Dame, on melanogenesis and some of the chemotherapeutic ideas I had on how to cure cancer, melanoma. What I was especially asked to focus on is how to make melanoma grow faster. I was told that I should do this in order to figure out maybe what we could get at melanoma with. Now at this time, Tom Dooley had died of melanoma, so everybody was interested in it, and I even had some of Tom Dooley's cells He's a very famous person at the time. So I'm growing some of the cells that killed Tom Dooley from his body. This is the kind of thing I was doing. I was 18 years old. And my whole dear desire was to do something to help people. I didn't really realize that the materials and the reports I was handing in, they were just interested in how, I believe, how much more deadly we could make melanoma. Why they wanted to use it, we hear this thing about Russia, and that was repeated to me several times in the course of that year, that we have a problem. What if Russia developed some horrible cancer, could give it to people? Well, that's just outrageous idea. You can't give cancer to people, or at least so we thought. My father got increasingly concerned because of the kind of work I was doing and my desire and interest more and more to become a nun. Sisters of St. Francis, who were great doctors themselves, and they impressed me a lot, were running a lot of the courses I was taking, and I saw how serene and peaceful they were. And as for me, every minute of my life seemed to be run by people. I thought I'd rather do something not only for people, but I want to do something for God. I love God, the Lord, very much, and that was where I was coming from at that time, wanting to help people. And my father was concerned because he didn't want me to become a nun either, and he didn't like the way my life was being run. And suddenly I find myself removed from St. Francis College, and I'm sequestered in on an island, Sneed Island, in a house, a pretty house, but it's out in the middle of nowhere, really. And suddenly he said, "What happened to Judy? Where'd she go?" They couldn't find me. Senator George Smathers was concerned. He had kept up with everything. He was a friend of Dr. Deal and of Dr. Oxner. He was also a friend, as you know, of Kennedy and Nixon and so on. And he had the most powerful, through Wackenhut, the most powerful intelligence gathering agency for his own use. He, of course, was interested in what was happening with Cuba. He knew I had anti-Castro friends, and through them he found out that here I was, not going to school. What a waste. So he opened up a lovely opportunity for me at University of Florida, which was his alma mater, and suddenly I had a scholarship. But there were strings attached. They wanted me to do the same kind of work there that I had been doing before. Senator Smathers opened an account for me at the University of Florida and also at a bank in Bradenton, Florida. And through those two different funds, put together scholarship money for me. My Aunt Elsie and my grandfather made sure that I was driven up to the University of Florida. Now here's where the water gets really murky, because I have a lot of documents that show, for example, I have generated an A, a B, a C, and a D. And the D is even in chemistry. Now I was good in chemistry, as I've already made clear. But the work I was doing at the University of Florida was not supposed to attract any attention, so there were strings attached to this thing. And there was a lot of money flowing in. I was not the only one. There are several others. We're talking about working with radiation and with tissue culture and with cancer, and with human cancer tissues. And all of this was a kind of a thing that you're supposed to get a lot of permissions, and you're supposed to go through committees and so on. I call this the window of opportunity, because for the only time I got there in February '62, I'm late. I'm coming in actually a month late into everything, into the new semester, because it took that long to arrange everything. But right away I'm working on projects that have to do with, you should be getting these permissions. You should be filling out the paperwork, and it wasn't happening. Now I was working under others. I'm not saying I was heading any kind of research project, but the work we were doing involved the creation of a very special board at the University of Florida, and we have all the documents for it. It started in February '62 when I arrived, and it didn't end until approximately April of '64, when, because of the Kennedy assassination and all the look-see into all the various things that were going on, Senator Smathers and others decided we must get rid of this, this program, and this window of opportunity closes. The University of Florida from then on goes back to the state program where they have to look at everything. So before '62 in February when I arrived, and after '64, spring of '64, only in that 2-year period do you have this project going on, or a series of projects where the university itself is responsible for issuing licenses to work with cancer, human cancer, radiation, and so on. without any supervision by the state at all. Senator Smathers learned that I was home in Florida and not at St. Francis, and he became concerned that I was being wasted. At the same time, I had been fed anti-Catholic literature by my father, who didn't want me to become a nun. He wanted me to have children, not become a nun, you know. And he was very concerned that that might happen. So I read enough to make me become an atheist. I mean, I offered my heart and soul to God, and what happens? They come get me out of there, and I'm stuck on an island. It was very odd. So my grandfather and my aunt were asked basically by Senator Smathers to get me over to the University of Florida. My grandfather went to a bank where some of the money was and withdrew it. And my aunt got more money when we got there at the University of Florida from the Florida National Bank. Later, Florida National Bank is the board of directors. Oxner is on that board of directors. And interestingly enough, later Smathers, who is on record of only buying 2 banks in Florida, one near where he lived, the other one he buys in Bradenton, Florida, which I think is rather interesting. There is something also interesting that was going on at the University of Florida at this time. I arrived at the University of Florida under full scholarship, but the work that I was doing was not supposed to be noticeable. Shall we call it quasi-secret? A lot of people were involved, not just myself, probably 15 or 20 people. They were getting funds, and a lot of interesting projects were being done, but the paperwork was so excruciatingly slow through the state system. They wanted to have a human use license that was specific for the University of Florida. And when I arrived in February '62, they wanted to get things going, and that's when this special license came into being. That is, the University of Florida itself, instead of going to the state to get approval, decided to form its own interior approval system and circumvented the state and ignored the state. Now, that's not really quite legal, but the records show that they actually were able to make it look legal for about 2 years. It's the Kennedy assassination that really clamped the lid down, because by spring of '64, it's all over. You don't have nobody wants to go look into these areas anymore, because the kinds of things that we were doing had to do with the kind of research that was getting good grants for the University of Florida, but the paperwork was, shall we say, maybe not existing. The funds were being brought in from who knows where, and what we were doing was going who knows where. I call it the window of opportunity, this special human use license that the University of Florida garnered for itself without having the state look at it or approve any of the things they were doing. I can't prove the kind of things we were doing there, but I do know that, for example, I was working on a blood sedimentation project, and the purpose of it was if you injected live cancer cells into someone and applied this test to it, it would show whether or not the cells took. Now, that's kind of serious stuff. Why in the world would you want to have such a material developed or such a test developed? And for what would it be used? This is the kind of thing that was going on, and only they had very fancy names. We're talking about blood sedimentation testing to determine the presence of cancer cells in living tissues or in the bloodstream of human beings. So it has the fancy names and everything, and you're just not reporting to anyone. It's not being reported to the state. It's all happening at the university, and it's all an interior thing. However, we're getting materials from Fort Detrick, from Bethesda. We're getting things shipped in from New York. I have some proof for what we were doing. I do believe that the window of opportunity, which only lasted 2 years, is kind of interesting. Starting in February '62 when I arrived, and really closing down by the time I leave, and just dribbling on for a few more months, and finally cutting off after the Kennedy assassination. I know that I feel that they were afraid to link themselves with any other projects that might have been going on, like any Get Castro projects and so on. I would like to add that I eventually myself was involved in a Get Castro project, and I don't know if anybody else ever was from there. But we're talking about a hotbed at the University of Florida of anti-Castro students. We have medical students from Cuba. We have all kinds of things like that going on. I never stopped being in communication with the doctors that I had worked with. We're talking about Dr. Harold Deal, the Vice President of Research for the entire American Cancer Society, and his good friend Dr. Alton Oxner, who ran the most prestigious Cancer Research Institute at that time in the South and Southeast. During this entire period, I would talk to them on the telephone. They were interested in my work. They were interested in certain aspects of the work I was doing, especially for these blood sedimentation tests. Later, this would prove to be of use in New Orleans. I would like to mention that I had a very unusual situation going on. It's like I had grades that were very ordinary. They made sure they came out to a 2.5. I had an A, a B, a C, and a D in my first semester, for example. And it was like randomly generated. For example, I was very good in chemistry, and this is a basic chemistry course I supposedly was taking, and I have a D in chemistry. I'm the one who invented a new method for getting magnesium out of seawater, and all. I have a D in chemistry. They didn't care what my grades were. That was not what was important. It was what I was doing on the side. And I was promised all kinds of ways where they would, but my parents got upset when they saw that D and wondered what was going on. And so there is a letter from Dean Hollenshed, the Dean of Students, saying what a wonderful student I am, congratulating me on my great grades. And that's kind of flying in the face of this dreadful 2.5 average I had there. And that's how I started out. I had actually two sets of records going on. In some ways I can prove that. I have a Phi Beta Kappa Creative Achievement Award with a 2.5 average going on. And I also have an Associate of Arts degree from the University of Florida. I have it framed. It came in the mail. My former husband, I'm sure, remembers it. I have all the particular courses, supposedly, that I took, but there's no record when you go into my transcript of any AA degree whatsoever. Certain aspects of the projects that we were working on at the University of Florida were definitely of the clandestine nature. I believe that there were names that were attached to the projects that made it impossible for the average layman to understand what was going on, and even some scientists. For example, if we were working with, say, I was working with, for example, human tissues, cancerous tissues, we're talking about blood sedimentation rates, and how if someone were injected with cancer, or they had cancer and it was running around their system, of course it would show by this simple test whether or not the cancer was active and alive. But it would be called something like blood sedimentation test for in vitro cancer study. So you could never figure out what they were really about. But we have a lot of people interested, and we have a lot of money coming into these programs. At the time, all of us in Florida were very interested in what was going on with Castro. By October '62, we have Castro aiming ballistic missiles at us, nuclear warheads. University of Florida is filled with anti-Castro Cubans, friends of mine. We have them working in the new Shands Hospital. I think the Shands Hospital was either being built or was being built. We have Smathers and everybody else pumping money in. Smathers, of course, is the most powerful member of Congress, and we have money just pouring into the University of Florida, his alma mater. And of course, things were going on. We had trips to Cuba by anti-Castro kids that I can't explain what was going on. I remember Operation Peter Pan. I remember Ruston College. My memory is rusty a little bit on Ruston or Reston. The point is that we were in contact there with a lot of well-heeled anti-Castro people, and you were getting around having to deal with the government. It was almost like we have opportunities here where we can teach young people who are from Cuba how to become doctors because they had a medical school there. But there's something else going on. There's so much hatred for Castro. There's so much desire to kill Castro. And when I'm asked by Dr. Oxner, what do you think of Castro, and I tell him, he says, good for you. I feel the same way. At the University of Florida, I had the wonderful opportunity to work my head off for hours and hours, maybe 70, 80, 90 hours a week on these projects. But you also find a record there. I've won 2 athletic medals, one in volleyball, one in basketball, and one for best all-around athlete for the women's extracurricular sports activities. And I was finding out that I had good, strong set of hormones that were kicking in. I'd always had boyfriends, and I always liked dating. But at the University of Florida at this time, I had 4 boyfriends. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to be around human beings and not just test tubes all the time. And what I liked about these young men is that they were either medical students or they were writers, and I was interested in both fields. I wanted to save my virginity. I still had these leftovers from Catholicism, and so I got the idea of telling each one, please protect me from these other 3 guys, because I don't want to lose my virginity. And so I had 4 boys following me around watching each other. During this time period, however, I began to long for just one boyfriend, one special guy, and I attended a course with Robert Ellison Baker III. He seemed very deep and quiet. He seemed to someone who could keep his mouth shut about a lot of things. Best of all, he had no interest whatsoever in what I was doing over at the labs. He would pick me up at the medical center and not ask me what I ever did. I found myself more at ease. I didn't have to keep explaining myself. He was someone I could relax with. And when I had him meet other of my boyfriends, he would dominate them and they'd leave. Soon I found that I was just going with him and all my other boyfriends were gone. And I felt like this is a man who could dominate me. I liked the feeling of being dominated because I found that I was pushing these other boys around and they were doing what I wanted. I couldn't do that with him, and that intrigued me. Later, that would intrigue me with Lee Oswald, who also was a very dominating man. I had just finished my 18th year and entered my 19th year when I met Robert Baker. And as I got to know him and trust him, eventually we began to have an affair. In the spring of 1962, a dreadful thing happened. I had suffered a miscarriage. What's important about this is that this young man actually went into the infirmary where I was, and none of my friends would visit me who were male. They all didn't. Nobody wanted to take the blame for this. It was an embarrassing thing back in 1962, or 63 rather. But he came in, he wasn't embarrassed at all. Today I say what I took for not being embarrassed was simply he never is concerned about anything like that. This is a man with very few emotions, very deep feelings, I'm sure, but he was unable to express them. And a lot of what I took for depth was simply he wasn't thinking about it at all. And I tell him, I've been offered a job in New Orleans, and I think I'm going to take it because the trimester, we were on a trimester system and it was ending. And I didn't want to stay on campus for summer as usual because I was embarrassed about the miscarriage. And I didn't want to go home with my parents because, like Dr. Oxner found out about this miscarriage and screamed at me on the phone, and he said, what is this? First you want to become a nun and now you have a miscarriage. I mean, make up your mind. I would like to mention that when I say dominating, what was going on is that I needed to feel secure, to have someone run my life. I'd had my life run. The way Robert Baker ran my life is he'd tell me what to do, and he was very intelligent. His IQ was over 180. That's on record. He knew what he was up to. He was very, very self-assured, and he had a lot of confidence. Lee Oswald had the same characteristics. He was always self-confident. I felt very secure in his presence, and I knew that if he made a decision, he made it with intelligence. Lee Oswald had the same kind of sense of destiny that Robert Baker had. He also had a wonderful way of handling events. He was very well organized. I felt secure and safe in his presence. He was very intelligent, more intelligent than has ever been shown on record. The difference between Lee and Robert, in a nutshell, is that Lee's feelings were deeper and he was able to show a lot more affection. I felt loved and treasured by Lee in many ways. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make this distinction until after I was really committed to Robert Baker and had planned to marry him. After I had suffered this miscarriage, I did not, of course, wish to stay the summer at the University of Florida because I would have to explain to my friends what had happened to me. I was embarrassed. That was a different age. I also had the desire to have Robert Baker in my life. I enjoyed the association that I had learned existed in the world that was a little different from science. And I wanted this to continue. And the only way you can get this to continue at that time was to get birth control pills. That is, if you didn't want to end up in the infirmary again. So telling that to Robert, he said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll go to New Orleans and I'll marry you. He didn't ask me to marry him, but we wanted the birth control pills. And to this day, I have a little pink birth control pill. It's 40 years old. I've kept all these years as a symbol of my stupidity to get married to someone just so I could get birth control pills. As Lee and I talked, I learned a lot of things about him and about me. I learned that we both had kind of difficult childhoods. We had parents who were very authoritarian. He and I both at the same age had been hospitalized with serious illnesses. We both loved astronomy, dogs, horses, ice cream, classical music, and I could play chess. I was a girl who loved to hunt, do camping, fish, and I loved Notre Dame. All of these were things that we had in common. Of course, I could practice my Russian on him. And I was interested in the anthropological aspects of Russia, and at the same time I had become an atheist, just like Lee. He told me I haven't been able to find anyone within light years with the same kind of interest as me, so many of them. And on top of that, he told me I looked like his wife, and he kept having to stare at me. And not that I was exact resemblance or anything like that, but there were enough. There were enough resemblances that he was attracted to me, even on the physiological plane. I couldn't get my eyes off of him either. There was an attraction that was electric between us. I realized that I was looking at a man who told me that his goal had been to enter Russia before he ended his teenage years. And he told me how he went into Russia one day shy of being 20 years old. He made his goal. He told me about some of his adventures in Japan. He had actually had a girlfriend who was a geisha. And frankly, all of his adventures made me just want to know more and more about him. So we actually sat together and talked quite a bit. The time ran away. Suddenly I realized that I hadn't even been to the post office for days. I have a man coming to marry me. And I don't even know when he's coming. So we went down to the post office, and there were letters that had been sitting there for days. And I'm looking at this, and Robert Baker is supposed to be coming, and he's thinking he's going to marry me, and I'm having very serious second thoughts about marrying him, because I have met a man who's also married already, but because of this incredible attraction I'm having to this man, things I never felt before in my heart already. And the problem is then Lee said something that really turned me off, how he was having difficulty with his wife, and that he had lost his temper and she had egged him on, that's the way he said it, and said that if you were a real man, you'd do what they do in Russia, and you'd take control of your woman. And he ended up beating her. And he did tell me about that, and that was a huge turnoff for me. At the very same period of time in the newspaper, it talked about Jane Mansfield getting a quickie divorce in Mexico City, and in my mind I was thinking, well, I'll marry Robert. I like Robert. In fact, I probably love him. I'll have my birth control pills. I'm going to, I don't want to get involved with a married man, but I can have him for a friend. This is someone I want to associate with. I want to know more about him. Look where he's been. Look what he's done. And of course, he knew David Ferry, and he was working with anti-Castro elements. He knew Guy Bannister. He was fascinating to me, absolutely fascinating. All of a sudden, I realized that Robert had expected me to find a room to live in for us to get married, and then we're going to go and have our honeymoon in our room. And there isn't a room or an apartment or anything. We've got to find one. So Lee said he would help me, and that he knew of a place that girls could go, where it was a good place for girls to go, he said, if they arrived in New Orleans and didn't know where to go. So he takes me to this place on St. Charles, and there is a room down there. Her name was Mrs. Weber. And all these houses look the same. They're beautiful plantation-style homes with, lions on the front. They have beautiful beaded glass windows and so on. And this was one of them. It looked fine during the day. So I give the $30 is about all I had left. I give that to him, and Lee and I got some groceries and put them in the refrigerator. Little did I know that I was in a house of ill repute. Nor did Lee. Well, what happened is that I got myself ensconced and situated there, and Lee and I sat on the front porch, and we're swinging on the front porch. It's a swing. And the landlady came out, and she's an old hellion with red hair and all and curlers. She says, "What you doing here?" She said, "I don't see any wedding ring on his hand," you know. And she said, "Where's your wedding band?" She said, "I thought you said you were a married woman," because I didn't dare. I told her my husband and I wanted this place, and he was coming. And then Lee is sitting there talking to me. So I didn't want to say he wasn't my cousin, so Lee just left. And later, I met him later. Lee gave me his phone number. He said, "Look, here's my phone number. I know you're going to be meeting the man that he's coming to marry you and all that, but I don't want to lose track of you, and let's see what happens and transpires." And so he gave me his phone number, and he left. Well, the evening came, and Robert actually in his letter said he was coming on the 30th, but there was no Robert. Now, I'd left word at the Y that we had moved it to this place. I had moved to that place for us, and he was supposed to come here. Waited all night, no Robert, nobody called, nothing. It was really disappointing. He did arrive, however, the next morning. And in the meantime, I had gotten the brains in my head because I ran out. I bought myself my own wedding band because I needed a wedding ring, and I was afraid he would forget. And sure enough, he never ever thought of even buying a wedding ring. Now, that evening, I noticed quite a bit of activity going on in this town. But remember, the only activity I'd seen before was in Hawaii with strippers and the Playboy bunny and this crude waitress. And then I'd been at a party at David Ferry's. That was pretty wild, too. And now I see girls going in and out, and they're wearing boas, fur boas and spiky shoes, and they're not wearing very much else, you know. And I'm wondering, but I'm thinking, I don't know what New Orleans is like. And I didn't really realize what was going on. I had my mind elsewhere. So we have the night of go by, and in the morning, Robert arrives, pulls up, and he says, I look at him, and he's big and tall, and he smells great, and he puts his arms around me and says, "I want to marry you." And I think to myself, gee, sure, let's do it, you know. And even though I cared a lot, even at that point, I really believe if Lee hadn't told me that he had beaten Marina, I don't believe I would have married Robert Baker. I would have said, let's hold off for a little while. So we drive down to the courthouse there, right in New Orleans. And he parks the car, and I said, Robert, please don't, I call him Bobby at that time, please don't park the car here. It says no parking. You'll be towed away. And he said, we're only going to be in there just long enough to get the marriage license. Sure enough, when we came out with our marriage license, the car is being towed away, and we start running down the street after, stop, stop, you know. And this is the first example of how no matter what I said to Robert, he does what he wants anyway. And he was very angry because it cost $7.50 to get his car out, and I have that little receipt. So a little time has passed, and then he says, let's go and get married. And he's grumpy, you know. I'm thinking, ooh, do I want to really do this with him? But we go in, they say, oh, no, you can't get married today. And he says, well, why not? He said, you have a 2-day waiting period. And Robert looks at me and he says, but I have to be gone in 2 days. I got this job. And for the first time, I learned that Robert has accepted a well-paying, high-paying job. It's out in the Gulf of Mexico, and he's only going to be home. Well, he'll be gone 2 weeks to 3 weeks at a time. He'll be home 2 days. And in other words, I'm going to be alone in this city where I've been waiting for him. Let's face it, my mind wasn't on him all that much, but he's not going to be there. He's going to be gone. And I didn't have a job at that time, and I kind of tested him. I said, well, Robert, I really don't have a job yet. Now, I can get a job over at Ochsner's Clinic and everything and make good money. He says, or I said I can get a job as a secretary or as a waitress, but I'd really like to go with you. And he said, well, you've already paid $30 here. I said, he said, I don't want to lose this $30. You've got a month's rent here. So I just would rather you stay here, and maybe in a month later you can move over, but let's stay. And if you get a job, he said, it's not going to hurt you to be without me for a week or 2 or 3 at a time. What difference does that make? He says, well, I'll make up for it when I'm in town. Well, that wasn't the most romantic words I wanted to hear, needless to say. The rest of that romantic day we spent at the library trying to find out where we could get married because it couldn't be Louisiana. And we found out that Mobile, Alabama was not too far away, and that we could, there's no waiting period in Alabama. So our marriage certificate says Mobile, Alabama. Next morning, after a rather interesting night where we're trying to pretend we're married and we're not using birth control pills, we get in his 52 Ford and drive all the way to Mobile, Alabama. At that time also we had to stop at Providence Hospital to get a blood test. And if the results of the blood test turned out badly, I suppose they would have said break up the marriage or go find a doctor. But anyway, we didn't have to pay for it till the results came in, which was like a week later or something. While we're in Mobile, Alabama, we make out the marriage certificate, and Robert is a very absent-minded individual. You'll see that he forgot his mother's maiden name. He couldn't even remember his mother's maiden name. Also, it was a very hasty civil ceremony, and the judge went through it so fast that we could hardly understand the words, and it was over. Suddenly, I'm married. A piece of paper, and that's when we rushed to the doctor and get our birth control pills. At the same time, we're going to have our marriage supper. We stopped and had a bowl of spaghetti that we shared together, because he had been very irritated to have to drive all that way there to marry, and he'd lost the $750 the day before with the towing. The ceremony itself, he had to pay for a second marriage license. He had to pay for the gas to go over there. He had to give even the justice of the peace a tip. And so now we're supposed to have 2 meals, and he only buys 1. He's so grouchy. That doesn't make me real happy, but I feel like it's Lady and the Tramp kind of, where he shoves over the meatball. He gave me his meatball and that kind of thing, so it's kind of romantic. And get in the car, and we're on our way, and he's just glowering, and I put my arm around him, and he said, "Don't touch me." And I think, dear Heavenly Father, what have I gotten myself into? He was just grouchy because he'd had to spend so much money to get married. And I said, I bought this wedding band. You didn't even have to buy that wedding band. I bought my little wedding dress and everything. I don't care if it's a civil ceremony, but we're together. Let's be happy. And he said, yeah, well, we're only down to 1 day to be happy, and then I have to be gone. About 10 o'clock, the 10th hour, he's gone. This is May 3rd, and my love of my life that I'm married to for 1 day he's gone. And where did he go? Out into the Gulf of Mexico. And he didn't have a phone number where I could reach him. I felt kind of badly. However, I went to bed, and about midnight, something dreadful happened. I'm trying to sleep, and by the way, I had my see-through nightie on because he just left and all that. And the police had a raid downtown on Bourbon Street, and they'd followed some strippers and prostitutes back, and some of them had come with their clients up the stairs into this house here. It turned out I was in a house of prostitution, and there was a raid on this house, and they were hauling them down from the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor, and now the 1st floor. And I'm desperately getting out on my nightie as fast as I can, because I can see through the window, I can see these women are being brought out with very little on, and I've got the same thing. So I was changing my clothes as fast as I could, and they're knocking on the door, and I barely get myself covered up decently in something else. And he burst in, he kicked my door open, the policeman, and said, "Come on out here, you're gonna get in with the others." I said, "Well, I don't belong with them. Please," I said, "there's my marriage, here's my certificate. I'm a married woman, I just got married." And he looked at it, and he looked at me, and I'm in tears, and I was so scared. And he says, "Well, out, we're closing this place up." So here I am, I've got my husband's guitar in a case, I've got a suitcase, and 2 boxes of books, and I'm dragging them along the street in the middle of the night in New Orleans on St. Charles Street. And so once in a while a police car is going by, and they hauled off these girls in the paddy wagon. But they had mercy on me. And every time I saw something going by, I would pretend to go to a house and pretend I was knocking on the door there, or I'd hide in the bushes because I was afraid I'd die. And so I drag along. I finally saw St. George's Episcopal Church, and there was a light on there, and I knocked on the door, and the minister came. He'd been working on a sermon very late, and it was about 1:30 in the morning, and he had his wife come to the door, and they let me in, and I got to spend the night there. And at this time I realized I had no way to contact my former husband because that place was all locked up, and I had no Nothing, no way to reach him. I didn't even know anything about the company except it was out of Lafayette, Louisiana, another whole nother city. So I wanted to call Lee, but I can't have a lady calling Lee's, that would be his aunt and uncle, in the middle of the night, like 1:30, and asking for him to help me. So I took a nap and tried to sleep that night, and I think I laid on a couch, and they felt very sorry for me. And the minister, next morning, after I had breakfast, they called to Lee's house, and where he was staying with his aunt and uncle, and asked for him, and then Lee came over. And see, he kind of rescued me. He said, well, I know a place to put you. And I said, I don't want to hear any more about places to put me. You already got me in trouble once. I said, this time it's got to be, I've got to make sure there aren't anybody in it. He said, I know just where to put you. And he said, it'll be right near where I'm going to be living. And so he took me to 1032 Marengo Street, where Susie Hanover was, who was apparently one of his old school teachers. She was married to a mobster who was a stevedore, but he was dead. And he rented the top, the front of it. She was in 1032 and a half, and she had divided her house. And because the front of the house, they had put a little potty in there, but there was no bathtub. The bathtub was actually in the kitchen, so it's a really odd place. We've had people come back there and look at it. Needless to say, when my former husband finally found it and realized he would be having to take his baths in the kitchen, he wasn't really thrilled about that, but on the other hand, it was his own fault for leaving me behind the way he did with no phone number. So at that time, moved in. Lee put down $15, and later you'll see where I pay him back in his rent. And at this time, I realize how much he's done for me, because I feel really safe and secure at this time. On this day, May the 4th, I, of course, wanted to show Lee in the paper the raids and all that and show him what had happened. And so we were looking at it while we were on the bus. While we're on the bus and looking at the newspaper, there's an article there that shows a young man dressed in a nice white shirt, and he looks a lot like Lee, and so we looked at it. He looked a lot like Lee. And read it, and it was about someone who had penetrated a narcotics ring. And he was really he looked like an Ivy Leaguer, and he had arranged to penetrate these, to pretend that he was actually someone who was pushing drugs himself. And at one point he got beaten up by 3 men, and he got front page news. And Lee said, this is just exactly what I need for my, he had told me by then that he was doing some anti-Castro work by pretending on 2 different fronts. One, he was working with Bannister and going out among students who had just come in and telling them, working with Guy Bannister and pretending that he was pro-segregation and anti-Castro and all that. That was the other end of town, out by the university. But on this end of town, eventually, further down the road, his intention was that he had to promote himself as pro-Castro. And he said, this will get me publicity. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get my white shirt, and I'm going to make some kind of commotion, and these 3 guys are going to either beat me up or it's going to look like it, and they're going to put it on the front page. And that's how that part got started. I spent quite a bit of time the next day or so with David Ferry. When he's there, he was also working for Mr. Gill, an attorney and then I find out he's working with the mafia and all that kind of thing. But it was explained to me how they're working with elements of the mafia against Castro, and that made sense to me. Now, years later, if I tried to tell anybody, or even a year later, that people who were associated with the government, with Bannister, FBI and all that, were working with these elements, these different people in the mafia, no one would ever have believed me. But of course, I couldn't help myself. It was intriguing and fascinating. Now, about this time, they're asking me whether or not I want to get involved further. It had never been intended that I had known or gotten to know as much as I did. It all happened because of assuming I knew more than I did, because of these names that were dropped at the post office and so on, the fact I could speak Russian. Probably I should never have been introduced to David Ferry. I am meeting anti-Castroites. I'm meeting people who had risked their lives to rescue people out of Cuba, people who had been tortured. I'm being told how horrible Castro has been. And for example, I was told that at one point CIA people who had been captured in the Bay of Pigs were hung up by their arms, and Castro had placed settling torches under their arms, in their armpits, to torture them with, blow torches, other horrible things. And of course, I knew very well these people. I saw the scars that some of these people had, and what I'm getting is a good dose of, I'm feeling quite motivated to help out. At the same time, I'm aware more and more that Alton Ochsner, this prestigious doctor I've been working with all this time, is heavily anti-communist, and he's anti-Castro. And so was Senator Smathers, and they were very good friends and knew each other well. In fact, Smathers had spoken at an Information Council of the Americas meeting, that's INCA, and Ed Butler and Ochsner had founded this organization, which was really a front to get hundreds and hundreds of radio programs out over South and Central America that were anti-Castro and anti-communist and so on. The upshot of it is that David Ferry wanted me to know that Dr. Ochsner had two options for me. One, they had learned that I'd been briefly a secretary with my father, and they had someone over at William B. Riley Company, which was a member of INCA, and they were all good friends. The whole Riley family was, with Dr. Ochsner and Butler and all of these people. They were all working together. There were a lot of money was running back and forth and supporting Ochsner's anti-communist activities. And it's very, very important to understand how close the relationship was between Ochsner and Butler and the Riley Company. And in the Riley Company, they only hired the finest people that were anti-communist, they were anti-Castro, and then they had pristine reputations, no drunkards. They had to have good records if they had been in the Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marines, and so on. Lee Oswald is hired by Riley he's got a bad Marine record by now. He's been to Russia. He has a Russian wife, and he, on the surface, has been a Marxist, someone who was a defector. He is being hired by the same company that won't let anybody in who has a breath of nastiness about them. And here, Lee Oswald is hired without any problem. After a brief interview on May 9th, he's hired on May 10th. What you have to understand is that I had been given a choice. I could work either with Dr. Sherman, who did not want to acknowledge my presence, I found out, at this party, because if I had been associated with David Ferry in this lab, she didn't want anyone to really know that I had association with her. That link was supposed to be kept pretty clearly distinct. The other thing is, if I worked in a bone lab, then I could. No one would say, oh, that was, this girl at the party, and they're very close. And I still had the option of working in the bone lab, which she ran. That was one of the major cancer clinics that Ochsner had. Dr. Sherman was able to speak fluent Spanish and had many friends in the anti-Castro underground. So I still felt I would have been able to be useful. But I found out that Lee was going to be hired at Riley. And Lee and I really wanted a chance to see more of each other. My absent husband and the fact that Lee kind of rescued me and put me in a good spot, and the closeness that we were beginning to feel, had spread out now into where I wanted to be around him more, and I was given the opportunity that if I worked at Riley, they would be able to leave someone out of this loop. And the fewer people that they had working on the project, the better off that they felt they would be as keeping it under wraps and more secret. So they thought it would be a very good idea if I could somehow work it off at Riley, and with a certain person there. His name was William Monahan. Now, Bill Monahan had been FBI. This man was inserted so that he could work with Lee and others. There were several others there who were using Riley as a front for anti-Castro activities. While I'm mentioning anti-Castro activities, I am only aware of those activities with which Lee was involved. You didn't talk to other people, and they didn't talk to you. We just knew that they existed there. And as the summer would progress, Lee would become more and more involved in certain activities that would involve more and more the need to be sheltered at Riley's, until he would pose as a pro-Castroite, at which time he would not be able to be allowed to even work at Riley's anymore. They would have fired him. Only then does he really come out acting like pro-Castro and passing out his leaflets and so on. Now, the need they had there was they needed Lee for certain projects. Lee was able only a couple of blocks away from Guy Bannister. He was only across the street from Representative Willis, who was in charge of HUAC, the House Un-American Activities Committee. Willis knew that Lee was not who he seemed to be. So we're talking about some government involvement here. And we were aware of this, and that Willis had been placed in early May 3rd, 1963, right around this exact same time, in charge of everything so that he wouldn't have to go and report on Lee, because you're talking about Lee is going to be passing out pro-Castro pamphlets right around the corner from the chairman of the House of Un-American Activities Committee's office. Riley was just a front for not just only Lee, but several other people, and I don't know what all of them were doing, but I certainly know what Lee basically was doing. His job was a peculiar one in that he did everything from cleaning out roasters where they put coffee to, you hear about him squirting oil and all that, but that's not true. He also had an electrician's belt and would do electrical repairs. This is not a dumb man. And he had the run of the building of shipping and packing and all the warehousing part that was in the back of the main building that everybody can see today, the Riley's with the offices. Well, behind that, they had these assembly lines going and packing going that was all on rollers. And yes, he had to oil some rollers, but we had several floors, and he could vanish because they wouldn't know what floor he was on because, you know, go do this or fix some electrical circuit somewhere and so on. The person right over him didn't know what he was doing or what his real jobs were, but at least one of his superiors knew. And he was placed in that job so that whenever he wanted to, he could actually leave. And leave he did. Now, the reason that he went to Adrian Elba's Crescent City garage right next door is if he went out through the back or front, everybody at Riley would see him leaving. But if he went down into Adrian Elba's and talked to him, made friends with him, you know, but then he would use that, pass through the garage there, and you couldn't see him leave from Riley. And that's one reason he cultivated that friendship with Adrian Elba. So, and when he did that, he was only a block and a half from Bannister's, just went around the corner. You wouldn't even notice him. I'll tell you who could notice him, and that was Willis. Over in the office, you could look right down and see him walking down the street. And Mr. Willis is a very important person in the House of Un-American Activities Committee, chairman, as I said, because this man, we have documents and so on, which show that he was advised and told when every single defector from our country or from Russia came in, and they're advising Willis, what are we going to do with him? And he was talking with the CIA about how they're going to use this defector or that defector in various programs. So I knew some of this back then, and I have a little letter from that time period when I was able to go over into Mr. Willis's office. And I picked up, it's part of a correspondence to Bannister. I wanted some kind of proof of Willis's involvement with Guy Bannister and with the defectors program and everything, because this man had to know about Lee and the fact that he had been a defector. Lee told me all about why he'd gone into Russia and so on. It's a wonderful story. Lee never in a million years was a real communist or a defector, a real defector. All of this, as most people should know by now, all of this was part of his dream to be a double agent, a secret agent. I have a newspaper clipping that shows me at Roswell Park Memorial Institute, and I'm there, the top 6 they photographed of the 68 people they had there or something like that. But I showed it to Lee, and he looked at it and he said, you know, when I was in New York, I led 3 lives and it changed my life. And this is because when he turned over this article, it showed TV programs on the back of this very same article I have that has my photograph and everything that he was looking at, and there it shows about around 2:30 in the afternoon. He says, yes, it's still playing. I led 3 lives. And then he told me all about how he had seen this program with Herbert Philbrick, and that he had been a double agent. Okay, and this inspired him incredibly. Lee got interested in Riley because guess who was the advisor for Inca? Herbert Philbrick. Another aspect of Lee's work was that he was used to working with foreigners. After all, he got along very well and ended up marrying a Russian wife. He had been studying some Spanish, but David Lewis was over at Trailways bus station. He had an interesting job over there. Now, David is on record as having worked for Bannister the year before, and he was working at this time part-time at Trailways. Later he would work full-time there by the time of the Garrison investigation. And he was also doing some other investigative work he worked with Jack S. Martin, who was, of course, very close to Bannister. And so he was doing work for him, and he was making money like that. He was married to Anna Lewis, and she was pregnant at this time. Anna was always pregnant. She had 10 children, I think, before she ended her reproductive cycling. But at any rate, at this point, David is doing favors for us by, and I say us because right now I'm interested in this, and I want to be part of this. It's, to me, we're playing cops and robbers, or I'm thinking I'm playing CIA. I don't mean I was ever in that, but it felt wonderful to be involved with someone who had met Herbert Philbrick, which Lee actually did. And by the way, he was rather disappointed with him. But the point is here Lee knows the FBI head of the whole Chicago thing in the FBI. He is working, trying to get information, and here's how he did it. David Lewis, for example, would be handling baggage. If the baggage coming from people who were from Cuba that were coming in through Mexico into New Orleans, if the bags were very light, he knew that they would be coming back. But if they're really, really heavy, he knew that they were there to stay. If he talked to them and they knew good English, he'd find out how good their education was, and the higher up they were. And yet they needed a job. Castro had confiscated a lot of land and a lot of property, especially from Catholics who had nuns or priests and so on in their household, and who maybe had been very, very anti-Castro. We find some of these people immigrating to the United States, and they're bitter because the only work they can get is menial. For example, David Lewis had several people, after screening them, realizing they could speak good English, they had been highly educated, they needed a job, and they're back there packing coffee and tea for Riley, William B. Riley Company. And of course, they sort of resented this work, but they had to live. Lee was able to talk to these people. Often they had good connections, and he was able to commiserate with them, tell them how he had lived in Russia, and even gave them Russian words, because a lot of Russian was being spoken now in Cuba. A lot of Russians were down there, and so he was able to converse with them and talk to them, tell them some of the Russian phrases and so on. It was kind of interesting. He got in conversations with several people that were hired by Riley, and these people, again, some of them had some contacts that would be valuable, truly valuable to the CIA down there in penetrating Cuba, people who would not betray them. That's what they were after. Even before Lee left William B. Riley, he actually distributed pamphlets and posed as a pro-Castro person. This was a kind of a subtle operation that Riley went for, and but they couldn't do this all the time. You know, remember that Lee later would leave Riley, and very openly at the Trade Mart and other places. But this time he went to the docks, and it's a very important operation that Lee was involved in at this time. Sometime in May this happened, I believe. First of all, he was posing as pro-Castro, and he had a very good reason. What the problem was is there were 3 ships that were coming in from Colombia or Venezuela, I can't remember anymore. And Clay Shaw was involved in this, and that's why I want to talk about it. It's one thing I know that Shaw was involved in. Shaw had a warehouse storage unit out at the docks that was owned by the International Trade Mart, that he was in charge of, the Trade Mart. And they wanted to unload this ship that was coming in, and it looked like boxes of furniture. And they also had on the ship bananas and wood and some other products. And here's what was really going on. In the bottom of these boxes of furniture were guns and ammunition and who knows what. On top of that were chairs, and the legs had been unscrewed, and also some tables. The legs had been unscrewed and actually flattened down. So you had the tables and chairs on top and some padding, and then you had these rifles and so on. And they brought in these boxes, undid them, took the rifles out, screwed up the table legs and chair legs, and put them back right in the boxes carefully, and they filled up the whole space, see, and it looked like they'd been shipped in like that. Then they had these bunches of rifles and things. They had these boxes of bananas. They took most of the bananas out, put the rifles in, put some bananas on top, and they took them out through New Orleans to various vendors who were really anti-Castro people. And that's how they were getting their guns, because it was forbidden at that time to get guns and ammunition and so on on any anti-Castro effort. It was forbidden by our government, and they were actually confiscating this kind of thing. Lee was involved in this, and I heard one person tell me, do you know anything about Lee Oswald being involved with fruit, trying to get rid of fruit? And actually what we had is a banana conglomerate. We had piles of bananas we didn't know what we were going to do with. So I just wanted to mention one of these things. And the reason that he actually pamphleted the WASP is because we had stevedores. A lot of them were Cuban, spoke Spanish, worked together. We didn't know who was pro-Castro and who was anti-Castro, and by handing out the pamphlets, they were photographed and noted across the street while who took them and who didn't, because a number of stevedores and dock workers took these pamphlets, and if they did, they were not allowed to unload this ship. You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't want anybody to catch on to what was going on in this transaction with these guns. So that's one piece of activity that Lee was involved in that I know about myself personally. On May the 7th, I was supposed to meet with Dr. Ochsner at Charity Hospital. He wanted me to make up my mind whether I was going to work in the bone lab or whether I'd like a little adventure and work at Riley's. The idea of having me work at Riley's is they would have a person out of the loop. He assured me that I'd still be able to work on cancer research project, but I'd be working with this marvelous David Ferry, and I was very impressed with him. And best of all, I'd have a lot of time with Lee. And at this time, Lee and I were getting extremely attracted to each other. The man that I had been married to had still not contacted me, and he had been out there for days and didn't even know where I lived anymore. It hurt my feelings that he hadn't even tried to call me or anything, because I'd already called him, and he never answered my phone call, and they had a ship-to-shore radio. So my feelings were massively hurt, and here's Lee has done so much for me. He's working with, secretly in all these different kinds of things. It's intriguing to me, and I'm very much anti-Castro. So Dr. Ochsner wanted to talk to me. We went to Charity Hospital, and there was a great big waiting area, huge, enormous. And a lot of poor people were in there, and Ochsner, for years, apparently, had been coming here, and at one time he practically ran Charity Hospital. But at this time he was in a consultancy of some kind, and he would come in from time to time. People would come in. He would even interview some very poor people, and for free he would tell them what kind of treatment they needed, and the nurses would take them off and give them the treatments they needed. So we're there sitting with a lot of people, and actually a man between Lee and me had tuberculosis and started hemorrhaging and bled all over everything, and nobody even cared or noticed. It really upset both of us. We tried to help him. He was dying. The man is dying practically, right there as he's waiting to try and get some help. The suffering and everything that was going on there was just enormous, and my heart just went out. I just thought Dr. Ochsner was wonderful, that he was giving his time and trying to help these people. It made me respect him a lot more. And here he's anti-communist. He's trying to do something to save our country. He doesn't like Castro. All this is going on. Lee went in first and talked to him. It went into this small consulting room and had, I think, a clear frosted door. You couldn't see. You can't see him. But he goes in, and he's in there about 35 minutes or so, for 45 minutes, maybe, a long time. He was in there longer than I was. And when he came out, I couldn't go in straight. We had to wait for other people to go in, and after about 45 minutes, then I went in. They never had us go in together or anything like that. And so I'm sitting down across from the great man. Now, I had met him once before and shook his hand, but it was a very busy function. This was a couple of years earlier. And I'd also seen him give a lecture about 4 years earlier when they were opening Watson Clinic in Florida. I'd been actually driven over there so I could see the great cancer researcher who was against cigarettes just like I was, and lung cancer and all that. But this is the first time I sat down and really talked to him face to face and not just on the telephone. And I'm across from him, and he's saying, I want you to work with me, and you can choose for yourself, but I could really use you in this capacity over at Riley's, because you can work with Bill Monahan, and we can do some things with this, and it's going to keep some people out of the loop. And if you do that, he said, I've got this stack of papers, and I need your help on this. I want you to read them. You can tell us what to do next. And he told me how he'd been on this project for over a year, and I wasn't sure how long. I found out from Lee later that it started approximately March 23rd, 1962. Lee told me that, and I remembered it because of my husband's birthday. Actually, Robert's birthday is March 23rd. And so years and years later, I went to the Times-Picayune, and I actually found a photograph on the front page. It talks about, shows a Mr. Fabry, who was the head of the Free Radio in Europe, or whatever it's called. Anyway, it was really a CIA front and all that kind of thing. He's hiring him at International House to take the place of Clay Shaw. You have Dr. Alton Ochsner and you have Clay Shaw working at International House together for 9 months. They have to be like that, because International House is not near as big as the International Trade Mart. And you have all kinds of people coming in, and they actually live at the International House, and they come from all over the world, all sorts of types of people. And so here you see Dr. Ochsner is distancing himself from Clay Shaw, because this is about when the project started. And so he's telling me how the project that they're working on has to do with an effort to kill Fidel Castro. He knows all about me. He knows what my feelings are. I've already been pumped up by David Ferrie and everybody else about the torture and everything that was going on. And he said how much help I could be. I knew firsthand, I'd met some of these people and the sufferings they'd had. I knew what a monster that Castro was, and so on. And I see his face is starting to get red, you know, because he really gets worked up on this. Now he's telling me how he needs me so much, and how my country needs me so much. But it's up to me. I can choose whether I want to go and do a just plain internship with Mary Sherman, or I can work with Mary Sherman and with David Ferrie as a go-between between them, and I can facilitate that, and I can see Lee all the time and help him. And that's what really intrigued me, the fact that I could help Lee, and I could see him a lot. The concern they had at this time was that Fidel Castro may very likely take over Central or South America, who knows what. And there was another problem too. There were elements that wanted to kill our president. It could be blamed on Castro, is the way it was placed to me. And if that happened, if Kennedy died and it was blamed on Fidel Castro while he's alive, we could very well enter into World War III, and we could have nuclear warfare and everything going on. The idea, he said, is we have to get rid of Castro so that people will get off Kennedy's case. And I saw it, and it was really worded to me that, lady, actually you may be helping to prevent World War III. The project, I was given more information at this time on the kind of projects that they were thinking about to get rid of Castro, and there are numbers of ideas going around. But the one that Ochsner was interested in, and it was in his field, he was the expert par excellence. He was the #1 expert probably in the world on lung cancer. He'd already seen how the polio virus could kill someone, and it piggybacked in polyoma, or the polyoma virus, which could cause cancer. One of his ideas is that if we could just piggyback in on the SV40 virus, lung cancer, if we could give the cigar-smoking Castro lung cancer, and he could die quickly, as quickly like as his grandchild had died, and he had some evidence that we could do this with what's called galloping cancer. There were a few people who would die of galloping cancer like in a few weeks, and they couldn't stop it. Sort of like today they have this bacteria that can just rip you up alive in just a few weeks and you can't stop it. Same sort of idea. If Castro died of lung cancer, it would be such a noble thing, because nobody would be blamed. You couldn't blame the U.S. for killing him. You couldn't blame anybody but his cigars for killing him. But actually, it'd be us killing him. The decision that Ochsner wanted me to make was, did I want to participate in basically elementally murdering someone? But this wasn't just an ordinary person. This was a monster. What Ochsner was really doing was recruiting me into an assassination plot to kill Castro. Later, I discovered that Clay Shaw died of galloping lung cancer in Dr. Ochsner's clinic. Here's what they wanted to use me for at William B. Riley Company. There was a problem in that the personnel manager would look at a credit and background financial and character report, this same report that they made on every new employee, where they tried to find out if the employee had ever done anything bad, whether he drank, whether he was pro-communist, whatever, whether he beat his wife, and how if he kept within his means, and so on. And here's Lee with an undesirable discharge. He'd been in Russia as a defector. He had a Russian wife. He had lost his last job. He had no visible means of support, and he owned practically nothing. And this man is to be hired by William B. Riley's personnel manager. In no way Jose. And the problem, of course, they had is what are we going to do about this report that has to be generated? By having me in there working as a secretary, the executive secretary for the vice president of the company whom they had hired in so they wouldn't get to any blame, is Bill Monahan, former FBI. He's in tight with CIA projects and things that had to do with sugar and fruit problems they had in Cuba. He's a very motivated man to try and get Cuba back in the hands of the United States as far as our sugar production and so on. He would be in charge of reviewing Lee's character and background report, which had to be generated. It would be placed in a file, and then the personnel manager, if he saw it in there, he would know that it had been read. He probably would never even pull it out and read it. It just had to be in there. By my being the secretary, I was actually able to go over to the company that produced these, because as his secretary, I was for Monahan. Monahan was in charge of making sure that the credit was good for companies that bought Riley products. He was the one that made sure the salesmen had good financial backgrounds. He was in charge of all the sales. He was called the financial and credit manager as well as vice president. So, of course, we had all this fancy stationery, and I'm dreadful. He's just, please take some notes, and I can't do shorthand. I can't type very fast. I make typos, and he's pulling out his hair, but he's going to put up with it because they need someone like me who's not going to tell on him and tell about Lee, because they want to hire Lee into this system. They wanted him very badly. So here we have a credit report, and on my birthday, on May 15th, I will be typing it. But first, let me talk about Riley and how we got hired. We went to A1 Employment Agency and several other agencies and pretended to look for work. Lee and I both did. So it'd be on the record so it didn't look like we just got hired without looking for any job. And I have a check from A1 Employment dated May 27th, 1963 for $17.44, something like that. Let me tell you what's important about that check. First of all, it shows that I had an association with A1 Employment. And you'll see also in the records of the Warren Commission report that Lee went to A1 as well. Now, we were asked to go to A1 and other places like that, and they would give us, write down on a little card, say, go over here to, say, Solomon's Shoe Store or something, you know, and apply. They would send you to places, and if you got the job, you had to pay them money. Well, what happened is on May 9th, we were supposed to interview at Riley's. Now, that ad for Riley had been running for who knows how long for him and me, maybe 10 days or so. And by the way, the ad immediately vanishes right after we get the job. We both were due to interview Mr. Prechter, Mr. Alvin Prechter, at the same time, but they wanted a little time space between us so it wouldn't be so obvious. So Lee went in first and interviewed. He left me at A1. And he asked the lady there, since we had already once been there the day before, and we're talking about May 9th now, he said, is it okay if I call her from here? Because if I get the job there, or I don't, they still might be wanting to see her. And the lady said, well, you know, I won't have sent her there, and that makes me a little uneasy. And Lee said, oh, please let her use the phone, you know, because otherwise I would have had to use the phone at my at Marengo Street at my landlady's, and they didn't want me to have a connection there with a phone call waiting there. It looked too frank, but to an employment agency, you can make the phone call. Lee could. So anyway, Lee pretended he went down there and he calls back and he says, I got the job, but that was all a joke because of course I knew he had the job. But the point is he said, why don't you come down, come down in half an hour and they'll talk to you. And that was so I could go down there and have an excuse to go down there. And the lady at A1 overheard some of that because it was her phone. And she said, well, you know, if you get the job, let me know. And I thought, oh boy, lady, if I do that, you're going to claim that you sent me and then I have to pay you money. So I never called her back. But here's what happened. I went down and interviewed. This is May 9th. We both, of course, get the job. It's been set up a long time ago. And May 10th is our first day of work. We're supposed to start. So we do start May 10th, and I forget all about A1. On May 10th, the same day, Lee gets his apartment. And you can't get an apartment in New Orleans with just a hire slip, and that's all he had. You have to show a paycheck, because people are coming in and out of New Orleans all the time, musicians and weird people, and it was all set up. Miss Jessie Garner knew. Jess Garner, that's her husband was a cab driver, and she knew that she was supposed to have Lee there. And Lee had been there before, because when we went in there into the apartment at 4905, and it wasn't 4907, that was where all his mail came. 4905 is on the side, okay? 4905 is on the side, 4907 is in front, and that's the apartment that everybody thinks is Lee Oswald's, but it's actually around the side at 4905. Nice enclosed porch and all. I went in and helped Lee clean some of it out. Obviously, some bachelors had been living there. But guess what? Lee knew where everything was and where all the cleaning material was, and he had a key to 4907 and went in there and got a broom and everything. I mean, it was just obvious that he was very familiar with the place. There's a lady whose name is Adele Edison who says that she was told that Lee Oswald was going to be at that exact address, and she can be referenced. It's very interesting because those were doctors who told her that Lee Oswald would be living there, and she called, and he had not yet arrived, and when she called later, he was there at that address. So anyway, I'm there and helping clean up, and he says that Marina is coming in, and it was all set up for Marina to come in, and so we had to be very careful how we were going to arrange to see each other because we were falling in love. There's just no doubt about it. And I said to Lee, you know, if you do this, if you lay a hand on her, I'm not going to speak to you. She's pregnant. He already told me she's pregnant, and that's why he didn't want to leave her. He didn't want to divorce her because she's pregnant. He also wanted to protect his little girl. He wanted to be around his little girl as much as he could because she was kind of neglectful of her daughter, too. Wouldn't change the diaper often enough. He didn't feed her. She didn't cook. I mean, gee, Lee did half the cooking over there. Okay, anyway, so I'm learning all this about Marina. I don't like her very much just from what I'm hearing about her and all that. But what's interesting is that this place was arranged and everything. And I'll show you something else to show it was arranged. 4907 was, according to the records they have, was absolutely nobody living in it for at least a year. They have these cross directories, you know. Nobody's at that address. But when Lee Oswald is fired from Riley and he starts doing a lot of pro-Castro things, he's worried about his wife. Suddenly someone moves in with his wife into 4907. And they're there day and night. The man doesn't get a job until after Marina leaves in September, late September. Until then, this man gets no job, and then suddenly he gets a job with Meal a Minute. Meal a Minute was a place where CIA and FBI contacts and so on got jobs between assignments. So he goes there. Another interesting thing about this man is that he was selling ashtrays on the side, and he sold one to Mary Sherman, to Dr. Sherman. I saw the ashtray. And Mary Sherman smoked. Shame on her. Okay, anyway, so these are things I know about this guy in 4907. But on top of all of this, the man never asked Lee Oswald to stop sending this communist mail and these Russian magazines, these other nasty things that you don't want to get in your mailbox if you're a good American. He never asked Lee Oswald to ever stop using his address, 4907. It comes there the entire time to this man. Okay? So I want to make that clear, that I was aware that this gentleman was placed in this position to watch over Marina Oswald in case people came by angry because he was passing out pamphlets. He didn't want them bothering Marina. She was getting more pregnant all the time. And he had this man here really to protect her. Lee Oswald and I interview the same day with the same person. The ad disappears the day after that. The next day, we're both hired the same day to work. And we're not hired by Riley Coffee Company. All the records show for both Lee and I that we're hired by Standard Coffee Company, which is a subsidiary of Riley. But a lot of people don't know this. And it's one of the proofs I have of working with Lee that nobody knows this unless you really look deep into this. Lee Oswald is hired by Standard Coffee Company, and I'm hired by Standard Coffee Company at this time. And here comes the credit report, I'm going to talk about that later, but I want to mention A1 at this time because my birthday was May 15th. That's the next week. We'd been working there. We were hired May 10th, and so the first week we're working, we're at Standard Coffee Company. By May 16th, we transfer over on that Thursday, we transfer over to Riley. And all this is in the records, and people don't notice. They just think that Lee was working for Riley the whole time. Here's what's important about May 15th. That was my birthday. My former husband has still not contacted me, and my birthday comes and goes, and Robert Baker has forgotten my birthday. Then my new husband, he's gone with the wind. Lee can't be with me on May 15th because Ruth Payne, who dropped off Marina at his house, they brought her from Dallas area, and she stays there until the 14th. The first night that Lee has free with Marina, so he can't see me at all, is the 15th, my birthday. And here I'd worked very hard on this credit report that I'm going to talk about later. And I was alone that night for my birthday, and I felt very badly. But even worse is something that I got that day at Riley's, and it was a bill from A1 Employment on May 15th telling me that on May 17th they want my entire paycheck. Now remember, I'd been kicked out and lost that $30, and Lee had given $15, and Robert knew nothing about it. I was out of money, and I needed that paycheck very badly. Lee, as like a birthday present to me, there's a record that he went to A1 Employment on May 15th. The records are right in the Warren report. And there you see that it says at May 15th that they send him to this photo company to interview. Now here's what really happened. Lee went to A1 and he said to them, I didn't get my job at Riley. It didn't work out. And I'd like you to send me out. And they give him this name of this photo company. He said, if I don't get this job, I'll be back and try another, and eventually you'll get a check from me. But he said, I'm very upset about my girlfriend, though, because what you did to her was not right. I just called and had her go down, and yes, she got the job. Now you never sent her there, but you're going to take her whole paycheck, and she can't do that. She can't live if you do that. And you said that she could have, I could use the phone number there and could call and have her go down, and now you're making her take all $37 or whatever and charging that against her. She'll have nothing to live on. And he said, I won't be back, and you won't hear from me again, and I won't get a job from you. I'll go to some other employment company. So he has this record, says May 15th. People have not been able to understand, I'm sure, how could it be that Lee is hired at Riley on May 10th, but on May 15th he's right back at A1 Employment, apparently looking for a job. And that's not what it was. He went there. So they changed it, and I have, of course, my check for A1 Employment showing that I'm paying them $17. They took half of my paycheck instead of all of it. And that's what Lee Oswald did for me on my birthday, because he felt sorry for me. One of my duties at Riley's was to wait until Lee clocked in, which could be almost anywhere between 8 o'clock in the morning to 10:30. And once he did, I collected his card and kept it, and at precisely 4:30 or 5 or 5:30, whatever it would be, 8 hours, I would go over to the line, and even if there were 60 or 70 people in line, because I was the executive secretary for William Monahan, the vice president, I would get in line, and so you see precise clock outs, 5:30, 5:31, or 4 o'clock or 4:30 or whatever. And I did that for Lee because he didn't have a chance always to clock out. He might be somewhere else. Lee and I met Carrie Thornley a couple of times in New Orleans in early summer, and obviously Lee and Carrie knew each other, and they also associated with each other at other times. I know once they played pool together, and they had known each other in the Marines or something like that. But what was interesting is that when we met at Lee's Circle at one time, Carrie took a Polaroid picture of me and Lee confiscated it. There were no pictures of either me or Marina that were taken in New Orleans the entire summer, so we could never be matched, because at that time I was posing when I was with Lee as Marina. You will not find any photos, even though Lee took a lot of photos of Marina in Dallas and elsewhere. There's only a passport photo that she had to make up at that time. Now, Carrie and Lee were supposedly friends, but they had a falling out because, well, once when we were coming home on the bus, and we would drive past, go past where we were supposed to get off and go all the way to the end to the park, get on another bus so then we could talk, because Riley employees were not on that bus. And as we came back, Lee would get off first, there'd be a bus stop, and then I would get off, so we lived very close to each other. And at this time we saw, when we were passing by on the way to the park, on the first bus, the Riley bus on Magazine Street, I saw Kerry Thornley. Both of us saw him go right on into Lee's apartment without even hesitating. It was obvious he'd been in there before, and that really made Lee angry. Kerry tried to make up for it by saying he would go ahead and pick up some brochures that were being printed, these hands-off Cuba things, because Lee didn't want to go right across the street from Riley and pick them up because they were pro-Castro things, and he was still working at Riley. So Kerry tried to make it up, but soon we found out that Kerry was still going over to Marina's, and Lee kicked him out of town. Ruth Payne, early in May, had asked Ruth Kleupfer, a Quaker, to come and visit Marina Oswald because she said she was worried about Marina's safety with Lee, although Lee never touched Marina, as far as I know, that entire summer. He promised me he would not. And you won't find Marina having complained, I think, about being beaten in New Orleans. It's because I would have had nothing to do with him had he laid a hand on her. Now, Ruth Kleupfer's husband is actually Werner Kleupfer, who was living on Pine Street, who was a geneticist and a eugenicist and an expert in radiobiology, and he also worked in linguistics and things like that. He is a connection to the doctors, like Ochsner and so on, in our radiobiology area, and you'll find he has a lot of interesting files on him. And he definitely was there, and that was the real reason it was a chance to get Lee and Warner to see each other. At one point, Lee was invited to an Inca meeting, and he got an opportunity at another time to actually meet the Herbert Philbrick of I Led 3 Lives, and he was not impressed with him. At this other meeting, they were discussing how something like the year before they had expanded into Latin America and Central America with a lot of radio stations and had raised funds through an effort by David Atlee Phillips. Lee heard that name and he wondered if it was Mr. B. Mr. B was his handler, and he did not know what his real name was. But when he heard that name, and saw the close association that Phillips had with Inca and the radio things, and Lee was there at that time to set up this radio interview. It was all set up in advance. At that time, his ears pricked up because this is a very important man in the CIA. Lee, of course, mentioned Phillips to me because of his concern about who the identity of his handler was. As time drew on, he recognized more and more that he was being set up and other things were happening. He was aware of some of these problems, that he wasn't being handled correctly and with the right respect. One time he was even exposed as to identity to another person that he shouldn't have been. And these concerns bothered him. Mr. B, he was supposed to meet for example, in Mexico City. Mr. B is someone who could have been Frank Bender, or it could have been Benson, another name that David Atlee Phillips used. Finally, in the end, one of the last things Lee told me was that I should not forget the name of David Atlee Phillips. He wasn't positive yet, but he was pretty much convinced that the man he met sometime in September in Dallas, who was identified to him at that time as Mr. Bishop, was probably David Atlee Phillips. And he obtained this feeling that it was him because of a situation that happened to him right after he got back from Mexico City, where he had to identify some photos when he was at the YMCA. Photos, overflies, photos that were taken of Cuba after the devastation of Hurricane Flora. These photos had come from Fort Worth, Texas, and Lee knew that David Atlee Phillips' family had found out by then David Atlee Phillips was from Fort Worth, and the connection to him was pretty strong. In mid-June, we finally told Robert's parents that we'd gotten married, and by mid-July, July 20th, there's a photo of me in Fort Walton Beach newspaper showing that Robert and I were married and that there was a nice shower, coffee type event that occurred at that time. And then we returned to New Orleans. One of the difficulties that David Ferry had while I would be at Riley's working, especially on Monday and Tuesday all day, but by Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'd be spending only part of the time at Riley's, and I'd be spending the rest of the time at David Ferry's. And I would also be working details between David Ferry's and Mary Sherman's. By just wearing a white lab coat, I could go right over to Mary Sherman's apartment with materials and leave them there, and nobody cared. I think she was in apartment J, and my name was Jay. Everybody called me Jay. So I believe that was her apartment. That helped me remember her apartment. Jack Martin, as a matter of fact, got so angry that they had a big fight about it, and they broke off somewhere in mid-May. They broke off relationships, and David Ferry did not want Jack Martin anywhere near this his apartment again. But the problem was is that David Lewis and Jack Martin were close friends. David Lewis would have been hurt, also suddenly cut off. So our solution is that Lee and I made friends with David Lewis and his wife Anna. Anna was a waitress at Thompson's restaurant, and I started going over there, and Lee would too, and we'd talk to them, and then we'd take them places, and it was free because Carlos Marcello picked up the tab for this. That's the godfather of New Orleans. So we have a relationship there between Marcello and the Lewises and David Ferry, and of course David Ferry and Oxner and Mary Sherman are working together. Lee knew Carlos Marcello not only by sight, but could converse with him. Marcello had known him ever since he was a little boy, running around when Lee's mom was dating Marcello's own chauffeur. While Lee was not working directly for Marcello, both Bannister and Marcello liked the idea that he could move freely between either of them and be able to get along. He was trusted and respected by Bannister and his associates, and by David Ferry and his associates, which were the mob. I'd like to add that Lee and I never did get along that well with the Lewises because we were intellectually disparate and emotionally so too. As soon as we could, within 6 weeks or so, we broke off this relationship because we were running out of time. The speed of the project was enhancing. Lee also had to make a training film in July, and we were running out of time dealing with the Lewises. So we suddenly broke it off, and I suppose that hurt their feelings, but we had fed enough information to David Lewis by that time that Jack Martin stopped trying to go over there. We explained there wasn't any money involved, and we know that leaked over to Jack Martin, and that was the reason for that. To this day, I've always been concerned about Anna and her feelings about me, and it's pretty obvious she doesn't even like me. But she, of course, during that time, we did have some interesting experiences together, such as constantly running into Carlos Marcello, who at the 500 Club a few times there, and also saw Jack Ruby there with Marcello. The bone lab that Mary Sherman was in charge of was one of 5 or 6 big important cancer labs at Ochsner's clinic. Through the bone lab, we brought materials in from the underground labs where we were working. I need to explain how this ring of labs was set up. There was one area, a house, where animals were kept, baby mice were kept, and finally even we had monkeys coming in. And these animals basically were being injected with cancer cells or with viruses and so on. And then when the suffering animals were brought to us, we were slaughtering them at David Ferry's. Except for the monkeys, they slaughtered them and just brought the tumors in later. But the point is that you couldn't do all that at Dave's. So this house down the street was involved also. And a lot of lab work went on there that I know nothing about. However, when the animals came to us, I'm talking about lots of baby mice, weanling mice, and some of them near the end were dragging around tumors as big as they were. In only 2 weeks, we were giving mice cancer with such enormous tumors that it was the fastest and most deadly cancer you can imagine. These cancer materials were flown into us from New York and from Fort Detrick and other places like that. And what we were doing is selecting the largest tumors, the fastest growing tumors, and we were doing 2 things. One, we were throwing a lot of tumors into a blender. It sounds really crude. And blending them up to get the nuclear material out and to recover the virus, because we had to keep recycling that virus. And the other thing we were doing is using a centrifuge, a table centrifuge, and actually pulling down blood samples from the mice all the time. And then we were also doing a lot of tissue culture. Once the tissue culture was established, we were removing the tissue culture and taking it to Mary Sherman's. Mary Sherman kept some of the cultures, looked at them under a microscope. I did that too at her place. And the best ones were taken to her bone lab. From the bone lab, they went to still another place that I'm not sure of, over on Prytania, where she used to have a lab. and there they were processed some more. Then they were taken over to the U.S. Public Health Service. More work was done there, and radiation was actually applied to some of these samples, and a great deal of material then was removed, and we started the round again. And we were working very fast. The project had been actually in operation over a year when I got into it. But what they wanted me to do is to figure out how in the world we could keep these cancer cells alive and so on. My idea was that as long as we tried to kill Castro and have it look like cancer, it doesn't really have to be cancer, it just has to look like it. And my suggestion to really speed things up is to get the most powerful strains of cancer, yes, injected into his system. And the reason for this injection thing is to have it running around in his bloodstream. If they took a sample, you've got cancer cells running around his bloodstream. The project itself was very complex, and there were a number of agencies involved. We were looking at Oak Ridge, Fort Detrick, things going on, interlinked clinics in New York. For example, cancer cells had been injected into Jewish patients, and they were tested to see what their reactions were. We were being sent materials from different places. I'm not sure that these people even knew about each other. But the point is it all collected in New Orleans. And my job in New Orleans was really to try and make sense of where they're going to go next. They'd been working on the project a whole year, and I probably had the most experience having come from Roswell Park in New York, worked on aspects of the, knew the kind of cells that were being worked on up there. I had been working in Gainesville on the blood sedimentation process, which showed you how to test to find out if cancer cells were able to be viable and survive if injected. So I had read a lot of the material, which Ochsner had not time to do. And I was a speed reader on top of that, so I mean I could read tons of material in the time that 5 or 6 other people probably could have, and then they would have had to confer and they might miss something. So I absorbed all this material, and I did this reading at night when I had nothing else to do. And what I was able to realize is that it would take longer than the time, that period they had. The concern, and it mounted on us, and the pressure mounted on us, that if we can't get Castro really sick by about, the deadline was something like October 25th. And if he didn't show lots of signs of illness, or we didn't know that we had reached him in time with some of the medical contacts that we had developed over there, not any of his doctors, mind you, but these would be technicians who would be in charge of x-rays, technicians in charge of filling the hypos with the wrong things, and so on. It's the technicians that were on the medical team that we had been able to work with, some of them, not Castro's doctors. Our problem is that there wasn't enough time, because if we couldn't reach Castro in time, we knew Kennedy would die. And the pressure on us was intense. I didn't want Kennedy to die, neither did Lee, and I'm certain that David Ferry did not. Of the others, I'm not certain. They may have been making us work like this and diverting us and pretending that they were interested in this project, when really, maybe all along, they were set on killing Kennedy. All over New Orleans, no matter almost wherever I went, you would hear people saying they wanted to see Kennedy dead. There was a lot of hatred in New Orleans for Kennedy. But in our own group, David Ferry had definitely penetrated into a ring that was serious, and all of his connections with the mob and everything were quite secure. However, he was our man. He was our man in the government. There's no doubt that Bobby Kennedy was connected with Bannister. They even mentioned it once or twice. And this was mentioned to me in private, and I was never supposed to speak of it. I never did. Lee was aware, I think in April, that there was an either-or situation that was developing. Either Castro goes out or Kennedy goes out. Our goal was to try and kill Castro in hopes that it would stop the rising desire to kill Kennedy, because that would not only divert attention away from killing Kennedy by people who wanted their power in Cuba, but it also allow Kennedy, if Castro were out of there, to make some decisions that would please the CIA and so on, that they could not get their men out, that they could maybe overwhelm and take over the government in Cuba. And we knew that would be very interesting to them, and that this would release their anger from Kennedy and divert over to Cuba. we were aware of some kind of deadline involving October 25th, some kind of holiday in Cuba or something, after which time the medical team wouldn't be together anymore there. They'd be spread out, our medical contacts and so on. So it was important to get the materials that we wanted to get into Castro's medical associates' hands before that time. For a whole year, they'd been just focusing on trying to get a really strong cancer, and they would inject it into animals and so on, and when they tried to make the transit over into the human being, if it was a young person, and they had done some of these experiments already, okay, if they did it on a young person, they noticed the cancer cells would stay alive a lot longer. And if they did it in someone with the immune system up high, the cancer cells would be wiped out after the person got ill and sick and had temperature and so on. The difficulty is that they couldn't keep the cancer cells alive long enough to take, in layman's terms. My idea is, wait a minute, why do we have to give Castro cancer? And, you know, we're trying to do something incredible here, trying to induce cancer by injecting people with it. All you have to do is have it look like cancer. This was the important shift that was made in the project, to work on the immune system and pull the immune system down, because in weanling mice, this cancer took off and multiplied like crazy. In monkeys, this cancer, if the monkeys' immune systems were pulled down, we were able to have cancer take over and grow. My idea was, instead of having Castro die of cancer, just make it look like he died of cancer. We had technicians who can handle the radiation or the X-ray machines that they would use. All they have to do is demonstrate that cancerous cells are running around in Castro's bloodstream. They just have to keep the cells alive long enough so it looks like he has cancer, to give him too much radiation, too much X-ray. And that would really be what would pull his immune system down. Then he'd get more shots. They would inject actually cancer cells into his bloodstream that would stay alive. They'd put him in front of the X-rays or radiation some more, and it's there that he would really be getting damaged. And this cycle then would start including pneumonia and all the side effects and illness, vomiting, and so on from getting all these radiation and X-ray treatments. There is little doubt in my mind that the whole concept of pulling down the immune system with a virus generated extreme interest in that whole process and led to the development of AIDS. Lee had originally come to New Orleans for a number of reasons. One was to work with Guy Bannister, and when he went out to talk to students, and their whole purpose of doing that was to find out which students were radicals. And Lee at that time worked with Guy Bannister and acting as if he were someone who was pro-segregation, and he was just as straightforward and decent and American. He's like a rightist. It's the opposite. He was such a chameleon, and he could do that. From mid-July on, there were no reasons to keep Lee at Riley's anymore. He had also accumulated enough unemployment compensation time so he'd be able to look like he had enough money to live on. He had other projects coming up, and the others had been successfully worked on. He still had a training film to do, one of his original reasons for coming there, and he still had to go to Spring Hill. The other problem that was developing is that he was helping us a lot at the lab. Originally, he had not even been involved with any of that. He became so good at working on some of the lab materials and helping us there, he soon learned how to take care of the in vitro cancer materials themselves. That's very important because it meant that he could actually carry them to Mexico City and that he would be able to keep this material alive. In fact, it was decided that it would be Lee himself who would carry these cancer-causing materials to Mexico City and the serum and the virus that was involved. He also already knew all about Cuba, and he knew all the Cuban contacts. He was just perfect for the job. Nobody would ever suspect any biological weapon, interconnection with Lee Oswald. By Friday, July 19th, Lee was ready anyway to move on. Riley did not want to be having him working there when he would start to initiate his pro-Castro activities. That would look really bad. So they wanted him to be terminated. It was a little earlier than it might have happened, but on Friday, July 19th, there was a green glass that I coveted that Riley was packing into tea boxes at that time. You had to buy 148 tea bags or something to get it, and I didn't even drink tea. So I went back into shipping and packing, and Lee was there, as he always was, up and down in different places, oiling or working on this or that, or he'd be gone. They wouldn't know where he was. They'd think he was on one floor or the other. At this time, Lee was back there, and I tried to see if they would just give me a glass, because it was the last day they were packing these green glasses. And I really wanted one of those glasses. And they said, no, you have to buy a whole carton of tea, you know, to get one. And I'm watching the glasses go into these cartons, and it goes along, and it automatically gets sealed over there, and they're packing them out. And they only have a few left. And Lee looked down, he looked at me, and I said, gee, I've worked so hard, and I can't even get a glass unless I buy a whole bunch of tea I don't drink. And he used one of the few swear words I ever heard him use. He said, give the lady the damn glass. And then he reached in, and he pulled the glass out of the box, handed it to me, this pretty green glass, and looked at me. And of course, we had that look between us because, of course, by now we were in love. And we had had a relationship by now develop. However, along with that box, and it got sealed, and somebody along the line would buy a box of tea that's supposed to have glass in it, and it's not going to be there. And they didn't know which box it was, and that gave them an excuse to fire Lee for dereliction of duty and so on. That was how he got fired. And he was called in and said, not only can we not find you half the time, but now you've done this. Somebody's going to buy a box of tea and it's not going to have the green glass in it. That green glass I have kept all these years. Lee also wrote a note saying Judyth Baker bought a carton of tea and took the green glass from this carton of tea. And he dated it and everything, gave it to me because they were going to take the glass away from me. I kept that note for years and years, and my daughter will tell you she accidentally threw away the note. But she remembers how upset I was when she did so. Then the very next day, I was no longer needed at William B. Riley, and soon after they found a girl for me to start training. On August 9th, Lee was arrested for handing out pamphlets, and I had gone over there from Riley, I was still working at Riley, to hand him some that I had trimmed that had been printed crooked. And these are bright yellow, you couldn't miss them. And the other thing I did is I kind of encouraged him, and I couldn't kiss him in public, but I squeezed his hand. And then I had to leave. But some people saw me with him because the crowd had started gathering, and he got arrested at that time, and this had already been planned a long time ago for him to be arrested, as I said, from this newspaper article of May 4th. So the 3 men who had beat up this narcotics man, now he has 3 men with him who cost him, and he's arrested and for disturbing the peace. When I went back to Riley's, I was in trouble. Someone had not only seen me with Lee over there, but they found the yellow pieces and some of the Hands Off Cuba flyers were in a wastebasket where I had done the trimming. And so he said, this is the end. We were going to keep you a little longer, but you're fired. But they couldn't fire me because it would look bad, because it's the same day as Lee Oswald is arrested. So instead they asked me to resign. So on my record it says that I wanted to quit on August 9th, 1963. A lot of people do not understand the importance of Lee suddenly being invited. Here he has no job, he's been arrested, he's handing out pro-Castro leaflets, and yet the Jesuits want him to speak to them at Spring Hill. He did go, and he took Marina with him, and they all, Uncle Dutz and Dutz, whatever you want to call him, and his wife, they drove over there. And what happened and what transpired there is very interesting. Lee made a trip, and I'm not going to talk about it more than that, except to say that he made a trip even outside of that area at that time. But another thing he did, though, is he conferred with some Jesuits, and they had other things on their minds just besides the fact that he was there to talk about life in Russia. They really wanted some advice. We're talking about the Sandinistas, and I really don't want to go into it more than that right now. Between August 9th and September 1st, I had to look like I had some kind of income. And Lee set it up so I could work at Reverend Jim's part of the time. This was a souvenir shop and a place where you could do artwork and sell it as souvenirs and so on. And he would also come over there. It was hilarious watching him try to do some artwork, but anyway. we had a chance to see each other, and that was our contact area. I would also, of course, spend a lot of time at David Ferry's, and then across going over to Mary Sherman. And we're continuing to work on the project at really breakneck speed. By my few hours at Reverend Jim's, I was able to bring home cash, and my husband thought I was still earning money, and so everything was fine with him. But actually, he spent very little time over there, and they just handed me extra money after that connection was established. And I was really spending more and more time constantly on the project. The project was coming to a head in a very important way. We had made the transit from mouse to marmoset to monkey. And this is a very important because we got a very potent kind of cancer. And our last step of transit is to take the cells from the monkey, and you've got to go and see if you can grow them in vitro in glass and see if they survive a transit into human beings. By now, Lee and I had both been very disappointed with our mates. My husband had been gone, for example, 21 days at a time, sometimes just 2 weeks. He'd be home for a couple of days. He never called me. At one point, I needed shoes because my feet were actually bleeding, and Lee bought me the shoes because Robert wanted me to wait a whole week till I got my paycheck to get my shoes replaced. These kinds of things really hurt my feelings. And Lee had Marina to worry about. She wasn't being very nice to him. In short, Lee and I now were having a love affair, and we had a lot in common. And the trouble is New Orleans is very hot, and sometimes I couldn't be in my apartment for different reasons. We couldn't meet there. One time we had tried to make love in a red van, and it was the most terrible, impossible situation. It must have been 120 degrees in there, and Clay Shaw heard about our attempts to try and have some time to ourselves, and we were working very hard on the project. Both of us were losing weight. So he felt sorry, and he did meet with Lee out by Lake Pontchartrain at one time. He gave him some money, and he also set up at 3 hotels, the Roosevelt Hotel and the Fontainebleau, and another hotel I can't remember anymore, where we met twice at each hotel, and it was all paid for and all taken care of. David Ferry and Clay Shaw had a long-standing relationship on friendly terms with each other. They shared homosexual tendencies and boyfriends, and had often been engaged in one another's company. I was introduced to Clay Shaw just very briefly one night when Sparky Rubenstein, as he had been described to me, came over to David Ferry's. I happened to be there, and sometimes I was there early in the what they call evening in New Orleans, 5, 6 o'clock at night. And at this time, Jack Ruby, I know he now is Jack Ruby, came over driving Carlos Marcello's car. And I think he had flown in for overnight, but I can't verify that. I do know that he wanted to meet Clay Shaw that night, and that Lee and I and Dave and a couple of, one was Miguel and one was Carlos. We had these 2 boys that worked and helped us win the lab. All went over toward Clay Shaw's place. Clay Shaw came out. We just shook hands. That's all I ever touched Clay Shaw's hand at any time. But he saw that Lee and I really loved each other and cared about each other at that time. Ruby at that time, and Shaw and Ferry and Miguel and Carlos and a couple other people went in to 1313 Dauphine. That's where he was living at the time, Clay Shaw. We went down the street to go and sit in Carlos Marcello's car because we wanted to sit in the Godfather's car. It seemed a neat thing to do, just to say that we had actually done so. And that was the car that had come in another car. So as we're going toward there, and Lee had the keys, this sailor came out, and this is in the French Quarter of New Orleans, and he was drunk, and he told me to give him my purse, and he told Lee to get his wallet out. And Lee said very slowly, "All right, I'll do that." And he moved his hand back, took his wallet out, and this is a great big sailor, about 6'3", and tattoos on him and everything. He looked like a pirate, and he was drunk and everything. And he said, "I'm going to cut your face if you bother me. You know, you give that wallet right to me." And Lee pulls out his wallet, and under it he had a switchblade, a little switch. He did that, and he said, "You may cut my face, but I'm going to get your balls." And that guy turned and ran. Oh, that meant a lot to me. We got in the car and locked the doors, and Lee starts shaking. You know, it was one of the things that made me really respect him. I knew he was afraid, and this guy was big, but he stood up to him, and it's one of the reasons why I loved him so much. He had a lot of courage. The challenge that we had was not just to move the cancer from a mouse to a marmoset to a monkey, but we had to get it from the monkey to the human. For example, the human, the virus that we're working with, the SV40 virus, had to be changed through zapping with radiation and so on, so it would carry human cancer, and that's what we were after. Unfortunately, we now have this human cancer attached to SV40. It's gone all over the United States, and a lot of people are carrying it right now as I'm speaking, and they never did before this happened. Dr. Ochsner confers with me again, and he says we're going to have to test this on human beings. I was not very happy about that. I don't know where I was thinking, because if you don't test it, just try on a castor and it doesn't work, what's all our work for? So that was explained to me. The difficulty that they were facing is that they wanted to find out if the cancer cells were taking in the human bloodstream. I had done the blood sedimentation work that would provide the test that would prove that. And since I wasn't a doctor or something, it would be easy to go and sneak me over into Jackson Mental Hospital, where they were going to be working with so-called volunteers. These volunteers were brought from Angola prison, or they were going to be brought from Angola prison. And they probably thought it was a great deal, instead of being on a chain gang, to be over in a mental hospital. And in this mental hospital, they would be volunteering for these injections. Of course, my objection is that they probably would die. And who wants to volunteer for death? Dr. Ochsner tried to persuade me that these men were felons, rapists, murderers, and so on. But I wrote him a letter, and that's something you should never do. Wrote him a letter protesting the use of these criminals to be volunteers in this project, where they had a very good likelihood of dying. They would be exposed to enormous, massive amounts of X-ray and possibly to radiation without their knowledge of that would be happening to them. And that's life-threatening, and it could possibly kill them. And of course the goal was, in fact, to demonstrate whether this method would kill. So they have to wait, and they're sitting in the car with nothing to do. Clay Shaw and David Ferry need to talk about something quite a long time, and they asked Lee to leave the car. And he left with the other young man they picked up, because they were talking private business. By the way, Clay Shaw was wearing a hat, and he handed it over to David Ferry, and it didn't fit him, so they put it in the back seat. I mention that because this hat actually touched Clay Shaw is so tall, it actually touched the top of the car's thing, and it was irritating him. He had wanted to wear the hat, I think, to help so that people wouldn't know who he was, but it kept hitting the top of the Cadillac's header, and so he took it off. Meanwhile, Lee has nothing to do either, and they were there for several hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours. They're waiting to join that convoy, to create the convoy, and waiting for that phone call. Later we found out there was some red tape, and some of the volunteers chickened out and they had to get some more. Eventually I was told there was only one man. I do not believe that. I think they told that to me so I wouldn't be so upset. And these people had to look like, sort of like Castro in a way. I mean, not physically, but they were the same age, and they tried to get Cubans. So they were white Cubans, about the same age as Castro that we're talking about at this time. So while Clay Shaw and David Ferry are talking, whatever it is they're discussing and working with, meanwhile, Lee runs into a young woman who had an AA degree, an Associate of Arts degree, and she's a black lady, a Negro as we called them then, who had not been allowed to register because they said she was not literate enough. She didn't pass the literacy test, and she was very upset because she had an AA degree. You can imagine how she felt. So Lee made a bet with this man that he was talking with that he could actually get in line, and he was living in New Orleans Parish, and that he could go here up into this parish, which is a different parish, and with no credentials at all, he bet that he could get registered to vote. You know, and whereas this black lady with an AA degree, they wouldn't let her in. We were all worked up because at this time, this is the same time that Martin Luther King was having his march on Washington. And Lee and I were both big on civil rights. This was his own personal feeling about it. He was never really a racist, as when it looked like when he was working with Bannister. His real feelings were quite different. Lee had made this bet that he could register, and he went all the way through the line very quickly, and they let him register. He signed his name. Told them he didn't even have any credentials. They hadn't even looked. And so they erased his name. But he made his point. This took several hours for him to do. He had to stand in line for hours. Eventually, the call did come, and they did get into the convoy and went into Jackson, which was only 11 miles away or so. And at that time, it was at the, they moved the convoy through, and because, of course, the police were there, and the Black Maria was there, and they're transferring these people, they don't stop to ask who's in the car. It just goes right on in, and that was important because they didn't want to ID the people in the car. If they tried to come up by themselves, they couldn't have gotten in without having to produce ID, and that was very important. Bringing the prisoners up there included the first injections of cancer cells, which Lee observed. The person who did the injections was our Dr. David Ferry. It's kind of funny, by the way, and I haven't mentioned it, that I was called Dr. Very, and we had Dr. Mary, that's Mary Sherman. So we had, as our joke, we had Dr. Ferry, Dr. Mary, and Dr. Very. Kind of funny. What happened next is that these prisoners, or prisoner, were injected. Now, there's a 72-hour time frame in there that this blood sedimentation test has to be done to see if those cancer cells took. That is, that they weren't being destroyed in the human system. It was very important. So I had to get up there, and the problem I had is I did not want David Ferry driving me up. First of all, it's not that I didn't love Dave, I really did. But I didn't want to be in the same car with a homosexual who, I just didn't want to do it. I wanted to have an excuse to be with Lee again, and that's what we did. Lee and I knew our times were very short. I'd be leaving in just a day or two because Ochsner told me that I'd have to go back to Gainesville, at least temporarily. He was upset with me, and he wanted me out of the thing. He wanted me to leave. They made sure at the same time that my husband, Robert, I had to encourage him to leave. So I was forced to encourage Robert to go back to Gainesville and to take me with him. And my disappointment was profound. You can imagine how I felt. I was supposed to originally be in the bone lab working with a prestigious apprenticeship type deal, and then I would be going on to Tulane, and I would be able to have a wonderful time learning how to be a doctor and working in cancer research there in the medical school, Tulane. Instead, I'm being sent back to Gainesville for my objections. There's some possibility I may never see Lee Oswald in my life again. We were extremely distressed over the whole situation, and there was a possibility, what if I talked? So we're looking at all these things that were on everybody's minds. And of course, I didn't want to die. It was made plain to me that Mafia would be upset with me because of this, and someone might just take a hit on me, you know. A lot has been written about the trip that was made to Clinton, Louisiana by Clay Shaw, David Ferry, and Lee Oswald. I would like to tell you what Lee told me about that trip. It was necessary for me to go up to Jackson to the East Louisiana State Mental Hospital in order to check the blood profiles after these prisoners or prisoner had been injected to see if the material took. No one else really could have been trained to do it in such a short period of time, and also kept another person out of the loop. This was an excellent opportunity for me to have another chance to see Lee before I had to go back to Gainesville. My problem with ethics and my problem with dealing with the fact that someone might die from being injected with this material, and they had, of course, never assumed that would happen to them, was profound. Dr. Ochsner actually supplied us with a book to help us ease our consciences, and this is a book about ethics and philosophy written by Aristotle. Lee had already been reading it for a day or so and had underlined a considerable amount of it and handed over interesting passages of it to me to look at while we're in the car. We arrived at Jackson at the gate at about almost 6 o'clock. It was on purpose to arrive at that time because people were going in and out, and the man who met us at the gate was the same one who had gotten in the car with Lee in Clinton. This same person got us through the gate and showed us, by going through the back way, we went to the main building and went the back way up a freight elevator that was either that building or the one next to it, and went up to this area. And I was taken down a hallway, and Lee went another direction. He was pretending, I think, to apply for a job with personnel or something, and the reason being is that his presence there was not necessary, of course, in the hospital at that time, and just standing around with me, it would have been noticeable, so he went off somewhere else. Meanwhile, I'm working on these records, and they've drawn the blood, and I also saw one of the prisoners, and there may have been more. This man was already dreadfully ill. He was incoherent, and he had a high temperature. But I think they made it look really nice for me because they knew how upset I was. They, for example, had a quilt on the bed, and I'd already seen some dreadful, walking through the corridor, the condition of other patients. They didn't have any such treatment, like a nice quilt on the bed. They had rags, practically. And on top of that, there was even a vase of flowers on a little stand next to his bed, and water, and they had him hooked up to an IV. So they were showing me that they were giving him some kind of attention, and I think they did this to make me feel better. The person I saw was very ill, and his blood profile told me that he was unsuccessfully battling the cancer cells that I saw that were alive in his system. I looked at that under the microscope, and I did a blood sedimentation test that showed me that his immune system was pulled way down. Lee told me that this man died 28 days later. We then got back in the car and made our way out, and started on our way back. And Lee, in the dark, we made a wrong turn, he said. We ended up at a house, and the car was getting hot again. Lee stopped under some trees, oak trees, big oak trees. It turned out to be Representative Reeves Morgan's home. And he went inside, and he went right on in, and I thought they knew each other. They were so friendly with each other, but it could be that Mr. Morgan's simply a very friendly man. And I waited for 15, 20 minutes. Of course, I did not want to be seen or anything, and I thought I never was seen. Mr. Morgan's daughter walked out on the porch. I learned later that she was his daughter. And she turned on the porch light because it was getting dark and looked out in my direction, but I never knew I was seen. I found out later that she reported seeing a woman in the car when Lee Harvey Oswald stopped at her father's home. We had to hurry back, and Lee is driving like 60 and 70 miles an hour on these old roads. They don't even have a middle stripe, as I recall, and there are deep ditches on both sides, and we're trying to beat my husband home. He was supposed to be out until 10 to 11:30 selling encyclopedias. He got himself a new job, and he'd been gone from 2 o'clock until, well, probably 10, 10:30 at night was what he told us. This would be the last possible day I could have had any time to be with Lee. Several things happened at this time. One, Susie Hanover, my landlady that I loved a lot, and who had often allowed Lee to come over when Robert wasn't around, and she didn't like Robert because Robert had neglected me and also kicked her dog. So there were reasons why she didn't like him. But she did like Lee, and she had known him for years, and I think that she had been his school teacher. At any rate, Susie Hanover meant so much to me that I named my first daughter, my first child, after her. While we were in the car, we continued to talk about what was going to happen to us. We were very concerned about Ochsner's threats. Lee was supposed to be continuing to be groomed to go to Mexico City, never to Cuba. Never was intended at that time that he should go to Cuba. We talked about how in the world we were going to see each other again, and I was very upset also because I had not made very much money working as a secretary at Riley's, and I had no possible way in my mind to meet him or anything, and Lee was concerned about that. And either that next morning or next afternoon when we met, he gave me $400. That $400 today is equivalent in buying power to about $2,800 to $3,000. So this was a considerable amount of money, and Lee wanted me to have it so that I would be able to meet him. It would be travel money. I could use some of it for my education or whatever. He was extremely angry that First Riley also, when they fired me or made me leave, cut back my paycheck to only $10 or something. They just paid me for that one day. Actually, they should have, because I was not there most of that week. I was down working on the lab. We were working so hard at the lab that I hardly showed up at Riley's. So they weren't giving me any pay for those other days at all. That made him angry, and it made me angry too. And the other part was that all the money I would have made if I had been an intern, I could have applied and had money of my own, and I hadn't been paid a nickel for all the work I'd done on the project, and I'd spent hundreds of hours on it. So for all of these reasons, Lee gave me $400. And I asked him, well, what's going to happen? Because I knew he needed this money. And he did. He needed money to go to Mexico City. He said he would get more, a lot more. And that, for example, he needed enough money that he would be able to bribe a policeman. If a policeman arrested him there, he would bribe him to get loose. And that was necessary, that he would have enough money to do that. And he also mentioned that he had to purchase Laetrile for someone associated with Jack Ruby. Laetrile is a substance, vitamin B something or other, that was derived from apricot pits, and it was used in the treatment of cancer, and it was forbidden to be used in the United States. A lot of money was being made on this non-addictive drug that a lot of cancer patients wanted to try. He said he would get more money, but that things would be tight for him, and he'd have to really, cut back a little. It'd be pretty tight for him, but he wanted to do this so I could reach him, and that made a lot of sense to me. We really, really were feeling horrible at this time. In fact, the next day, early in the morning, while Robert was still getting things ready, it was his last day at work before we left, Lee and I actually went to a hotel in the morning and said our goodbyes. One problem I had was that I had $400 that I didn't know how I was going to explain to Robert. So, after getting back from the hotel, and Robert hadn't come back yet, I noticed there was a garage sale next door, and I bought a secondhand ironing board because I was supposed to iron Robert's shirts for the trip, and I didn't want to iron it on the floor, and I didn't want to use Susie Hanover's ironing board because it was very, very shaky. So I got this secondhand ironing board, and while I was setting it up and trying to figure out how in the world I'm going to account for this money, a little piece of plastic fell out while I was fixing the ironing board, and it was a little baggie. And I realized I could put the money in that baggie. So I ironed all the money to make it look older, and I stuffed it in the baggie and put it back in the ironing board, and then I tried to see if I ironed it, would it fall out, and it did. So then I told Robert I found $400 in the ironing board. Dave promised me he'd set up a telephone connection so that Lee and I could talk. He said it was easy to do through the mafia, but I had to be patient for about a month, and that Lee and I were not to be in contact with each other for at least a month until Lee got back from Mexico City, if it worked. We still had to see if the project would go to fruition, that is, that people would actually die for this material. If that turned out to be the case, then Lee would be allowed to take this material down to Mexico City and give it to a medical contact, a student, I think, someone down there anyway, and then it would be transferred over to Cuba. That was the original plan, as far as I knew it at that time. Meanwhile, I was to keep my mouth shut, of course, and be a good girl and take this job and not even go back to school. Imagine, I'm not even allowed to go back and enroll at the University of Florida. I wasn't going to school. And in fact, it would be 25 years before I got my first degree. I, the whiz kid who had all these prospects and all these promises of free this and that, ended up not even getting my degree for 25 years. Lee himself was under a lot of pressure, just like I was. He would be missing me. Later he told me he had nightmares, that he'd wake up crying in the middle of the night and everything over this. And for a month he had to do nothing. He even quit shaving for a while, I think. I mean, he just wasn't even taking care of himself. He had nothing to do. He was reading. He was trying to get along with Marina. And the whole time we'd hardly wait till this was over and that we could meet again. When I reached Gainesville, Robert had sent some money ahead to reopen up my account there at Florida National Bank. This is the same bank, by the way, upon which later Alton Oxner would become one of the board of directors, director there. And I imagine he just cleaned out all the records when he did that. Senator Smathers also had doings with this bank. a lot of funds were being laundered through to the University of Florida. Now, I am only dealing with the University of Florida in that I'm doing some artwork for the new orange peel because my old friend Don Fetterman asked me to do some work there. But otherwise, I'm in a little house. It's a cute little cottage, really. And I am pretending to try to get a job. And there are 3 or 4 nice apartments next to this primitive little cottage. It was the first thing that Robert found, and we moved into it. I didn't care where I was. You could actually see through the floor and see through the ceiling in parts of this house. It was so old and in such poor condition. And there were roaches everywhere. It was a situation that wasn't very good, but it was kind of romantic in a way because there actually were some roses growing on a trellis, you know. And I tried to make the best of it. Robert enrolled at the university, and I'm waiting for this telephone call from David Ferry. Finally, the call comes approximately the time that Lee actually left for Mexico City. David Ferry called me at the time I expected him to, and he had assured me that the line was set up and gave me the numbers I would need to use with the various operators so that the call would never be traced back. And this went over all the way to Covington, Louisiana, and then over to Dallas. Now, Lee had not returned yet from Mexico City at this time, but he told me he was in Mexico City and that the prisoner who had been injected had died in 28 days, and that the project had gone ahead, and they had full assurance, they felt very secure, that this material would get in the right hands. Lee would then come back, and I would be able to be in contact with him. He would call me. He told me when he would call me. Of course, I felt wonderful about that. And I do believe they told me all of this so that I would not have so many anxieties. I didn't know when the man might die or if he would die. I didn't know when I would hear from Lee again, and there was a lot of pressure. He also told me that I would receive a phone call at this payphone, and that they would tell me when to start working at PenChem. That's Peninsular Chem Research. I would be working there as a lab assistant, and I would be creating materials that otherwise they wouldn't be able to get their hands on without having to have provenance, having to show where they came from. And I would be moving these, sending these over to Mound Park Hospital through Veterans Administration's Bay Pines, which ironically is where my grandfather often had to go for treatments himself. And from there it would go to New Orleans. And this material was necessary in cryogenics to save cancer materials or other viruses or anything, to deep freeze them. So I was going to be making some special chemicals. On top of that, there were a few other assignments. I was asked to make some carcinogens. For example, hydrocinnamaldehyde. Now, hydrocinnamaldehyde is a very exotic chemical, and I have had a lot of other assignments like that to make strange carcinogens that would not be able to be located or traced or anything that they wanted me to work on. I was also told that hopefully by Lee getting this material over there into Cuba, that Castro would get sick in time and he would die, hopefully. Attention would be turned on Cuba just in time to stop Kennedy, we hope, from getting murdered. The whole idea was to try and draw the attention away from Kennedy to the situation in Cuba. Ever since April, when it was announced that Kennedy would be coming to Dallas, Texas, his routes to Chicago and Miami and Dallas and all of that had been mentioned again and again, and we were very much aware that attempts to assassinate him would be were being talked about. This is because of the mob grapevine that David Ferry was linked into. Lee and I and David Ferry and others really believed it was an either-or situation. Either we kill Castro or Kennedy will die. I tell Robert, my husband, we need to drive up to this payphone. Now, my husband is, how in the world he'd ever think that I could just get a job by having somebody call me on a payphone and not get any interviews or anything, but that's what we did. I get out of the car and the phone rings, and this gentleman on the other end says, "We have a job for you at Peninsular Chem Research. Would you like to take it?" And of course I said yes. Had Robert drive me over, fill out all the papers, and I started work there the next day. He never notice that I never had an interview or anything. And here on my official record, I have a D in chemistry. I knew exactly when Lee would call me because of the phone setup we had. And so I was there ready for his call, and exactly the right time. It was either October 7th or October 8th that I got the first call from Lee. He had returned from Mexico City with bad news. Very bad news. Lee had gone down there, and he was supposed to meet two different kinds of people. One was a medical student or some kind of medical contact, and he was supposed to go to a souvenir shop and leave this bag there. Now, he explained to me how they set it up, and it was my idea, and they used it. You have 3 thermoses. One has the cancer cells growing in it with the liquid that keeps the cancer cells alive. That's what they eat. And as that liquid gets older, they're pouring waste products into it, and it's going to kill them because they're going to use all the nutrients up, and they're pouring all the waste products in. So that has to be thrown out. But the cancer cells stick to the sides of the glass thermos on the inside. Lee has 2 other thermoses. They're filled with sterile saline solution, and he has packets, and he knows how to do this very sterile method. He knew how to create new medium to pour into this. So after that's thrown out, he takes one of these thermoses, mixes up the new medium, pours it in here, caps it up, and the cells can live for another 4 days because they've got enough food. They've got enough nutrient. And of course, they start contaminating it right away. There was enough there for 12 days, in other words. At the end of 12 days, it's going to die. It already was several days old by the time he got to Mexico City, and he had to use 1 batch right away. He's got a 4-day window there that he has to try and get this material into the hands of the right people. And if he does not do so, this one isn't going to be any good because it's going to take about 4 days to get it to Castro in Cuba. He could only stay in Mexico City 4 or 5 days, in other words, and after that it'd be too late. That's why he didn't even use all his visa time, because when he could have stayed more days, but what good would it have been, because this material died and there was no use for him to stay there any longer. So he leaves before his visa tourist card expires, you know, to stay in Mexico City or Mexico any longer. There's no need for him to do because the material is going to die. And he told me that he had to leave the material there. He could not reach anyone to take it. This is very upsetting to him because it left him hanging out there in the wind to dry out. He was exposed. He knew he was exposed. He knew that this was not correct. He was furious, and he was very upset. On the other hand, he knew that if this material didn't get to Castro, Kennedy's going to die. So Lee had to leave this little blue suitcase in Mexico City. And he, of course, didn't want to do that, but that's what he had to do. He stopped at the border, and he told me he talked to someone there at the border and told them where he had left it. There's a record that he stopped at the U.S. Public Health Service, and I suppose that's where he talked to this individual. So he did leave the material, and he did tell someone at Laredo that he had done so. And then he went to Dallas. They wouldn't let him see his wife right away, and he was concerned about her pregnancy. She was quite advanced by this time. He wanted to talk to me. They didn't. They made him stay for a day at the YMCA, and they brought in photos from flyovers, and at that time he finally learned that Hurricane Flora had just devastated Cuba. To such an extent that Castro's medical team had been dispersed to try and take care of the population and the damage that had happened there, and that because of this there was no possible way they could have brought in the materials and they would have lived because of all the uproar and the difficulties in trying to handle Hurricane Flora. They told him how wonderful a job he'd done, that he'd been noticed down there, that his bravery and his all the excesses that he went to, they told him he had done a wonderful job and that he was obviously someone they could trust with any kind of situation. But Lee never believed a word of it. He believed that he was being set up, that they would have treated him like that. He also told me at this time that in September he had gone, I believe, to Dallas, and he had met with a Mr. B. And this Mr. B was a Mr. Bishop. He wondered if Mr. B and David Etley Phillips were the same people, and because of this Hurricane Flora thing that he didn't want to have maybe Lee see him. Later it seems that Phillips actually flew out before Lee arrived, so that wasn't it. But Lee was speculating why he didn't want to see him face to face when they weren't going to go through with the project. He still didn't know for sure if David Atlee Phillips and Mr. B or Mr. Bishop were the same people. He thought he'd find out in Mexico City, but that didn't happen. He's telling me that the project has failed and that David Ferrie is upset. Lee for some time has been trying to pass himself off as really pro-Castro. He had been doing pamphleteering, of course, not once but twice, actually 3 times in New Orleans. I might be in a picture in one of those pamphleteering efforts. I tried to help him in the second one because I wasn't working at Riley's. So we had some things that he told me that he probably wouldn't have told other people. And finally, he was trying to tell me about some of the difficulties and worries that he had. Lee is in the YMCA in Dallas looking at these photographs which were taken from flyovers of Cuba showing the devastation that Hurricane Flora had caused there, and they were asking him his opinion about how he felt the radar installations looked and whether they had been taken out and things like that. Now, Lee had always kept up on the radar, and in fact he was an expert on radar in Cuba and in Russia. Originally it had been planned for him to go into Cuba sometime, maybe even when he was there in New Orleans, but all that got dumped over and changed around. Now, Lee at the same time was very much aware that they were debriefing him about what happened in Mexico City, and while he was being praised, he didn't believe a word of it. He knew that he had been really not given much respect, and this bothered him a great deal. Also, they didn't even care that his wife was very pregnant, and he wasn't even allowed to go home one day and just be with his wife, but he had to stay this extra day in Dallas and look at these photographs and things. They didn't care about his personal life and his needs or anything. These photographs had come, though, from Fort Worth, and later Lee told me that that was significant to him because he found out that David Atlee Phillips lived in Fort Worth. In fact, Lee felt that literally he was left holding the bag in Mexico City. When Lee was hired at what's called the Texas State Book Depository now, he didn't call it that back then. It was a different name. I can't remember it anymore. But when he was hired there, that thing was all set up. And Mr. Truly, who was there, thought Lee was working for the FBI. He didn't realize that he might be working for someone else, or it might be some other connection. That whole thing was set up ahead of time. Lee even knew, had boarding nearby and everything. I mean, that's just the way it was. In fact, Mr. Truly let him leave the building from time to time. It was sort of like Riley's was. He could, even though he worked on one floor most of the time, he was supposed to sometimes be on other floors. Hey, he'd be gone part of that time, and people wouldn't even know it. Meanwhile, Lee was telling me, as we had our various phone calls, which were usually at night during the weekdays, and we would talk for an hour and a half. People say, well, how could he do that? He went right out the window. That's how he did it at this one boarding house, at least, because he told me so. It's just like going out of the window at my place. He was very adept at that. But when Lee was talking to me about some of the concerns he had, one of his concerns is that his newborn baby and his little girl, that his children would wonder, he saw that with the way things were transpiring, that he might be included in the list of those who were trying to kill the president. He also suspected he might even be made a patsy. Now, these were suspicions he had and concerns. So he made some efforts to be a contact or an informant for the FBI, and he did some other things to try and prove that he was a good guy. I don't know many details about these things, but I also know that he made threats, either mailed them or phoned them or something, threats, death threats on the president as we get closer and closer to the time that Kennedy is coming to Dallas. Lee actually took the risk of getting found out himself as someone who was threatening the life of the president in order to try and up the security on Kennedy. A very brave thing that he did. The Lee Oswald I knew is such a different man from the frail and ugly little creep that they tried to make him out to be, who was so-called patsy. He knew exactly what was going to happen to him. Even though he was made a patsy, he risked his life to try to save the president. In these last two phone calls, for example, various names were brought up, and I remember one as Roselli. I remembered it because it had Lee's name in it. There were other things that Lee told me, that I shouldn't feel sorry for him, as I said before, and that he also wondered what would happen to me. I told him I was going to be trapped with Robert unless he could get me out of that situation, and he said, here are some of the things we're going to try to do to get me out of this. He said, I don't want to die. Anyway, some of the things he brought up was like that. He said he had a friend who had been a policeman for some years, and he'd even known before he went into the Marines, and he'd confided some of his problems with him, and that this man was going to get a police uniform for him to wear, and that maybe they'd be able to get onto a plane. I think he mentioned Redbird Airport, but that they would be able to get on a plane together like they're inspecting it, but only one of them would get off the plane. And then where that plane came down, which would be in Houston, that a policeman would get off the plane, you know, at that time, and it'd be a small airport. Nobody would care or notice because it was a policeman, or so it would look like. He mentioned several other ideas that he had as well. Now, Lee had a way of really assuring you and making you feel like things weren't all that bad. And he wasn't a complainer. So I kept trying to imagine that somehow we'd make it together. And so we talked about Quintana Roo and a place near this village, Concu, where the Mayan ruins had been discovered. And it was all in the papers and everything in 1963 about the Mayan ruins and how wonderful they were. And this was on a route that could get you to a town or a city called Merida. And Lee said he could be flown from Laredo to Merida, and I could meet him in Merida. And, you know, we could see the ruins if we wanted. If he got out of it alive, I expected to meet him in Merida. And that was important to me, and it gave me something to hold on to. The last phone call I received from Lee was Wednesday, November 20th, late that night. It was in response to a telephone call I made because Lee had talked to me Sunday, but he was supposed to talk to me also on Tuesday, and then late this night. And he had not reached me or contacted me after Sunday. And I knew we were running out of time, and I wanted to know that he was all right. So it's only supposed to have been done for emergencies, but I called him. Today it's called the Texas State Book Depository, but I made a call, and that linked to another call, and then I reached the operator in Covington, and she put me through to the Texas State Book Depository. At that time I said, I'm trying to locate to see if you have a Lee Oswald there. I did not say Lee Harvey Oswald, even though later that seems to have been injected into this conversation. And I said, he is the new janitor. Now I had used J.A., and those are the first two letters there, the J.A. and janitor, so that Lee would know it was me who was calling him. And the hour I called told him when he could call me. That's the way we had our phone thing set up. So I said, is he there? And she said, wait, I'll see. She said, yes, he's here, there. And then I said, fine, goodbye, and I hung up. This call got recorded by someone and is on record. The person had no accent, you know, a woman and so on. Well, Lee and so he called me back that night. Of course, he knew when to call, and so I was there because that's the way this thing is set up. And at that time, it was about 10:30 at night his time, or maybe 11. And for me, it's an hour later. I had actually to leave my house and go across the street to a payphone to get this call. But no problem, Robert wasn't there. Robert was never there, it seemed, when I really needed him. He was at the library at the University of Florida working on things for midterm exams. And that would be the case all through the late November before we would have our Thanksgiving break. I'm standing here on this cool November night listening to Lee talking to me, And I know it's the last time I'm going to see him before the assassination, is hear his voice. And he and I are not doing very well. We talked for about an hour and a half. There's a record of a janitor who saw Lee at this laundromat across the street from his boarding house at about 11:30 at night, his time. And of course, Lee did his laundry at Ruth Payne's. I could hear cars going by, and I knew he was in a place where at least a door was open, or it was open to the air in some way. And during this time, I'm saying, Lee, isn't there some way you can get out of this? Because he made it clear to me that the people who he was involved in, they were never the same one day to the next. And he tried to make contacts with Hosty and others who, I don't know whether it's Hosty, but I know he was making contacts with the FBI, and he tried to get across some of his concerns in a way that would not involve other people. And they were ignoring this, and he believed it was on purpose. He also was involved with the FBI in some kind of information that he was giving them about some kind of gun or drug running. And he was doing all of this because he didn't want to have on his record that he was one among those who were trying to kill the president, and maybe that would come down to his children. He was very concerned about that. He also told me he didn't think he'd make it out alive. He was sure he'd be shot the day of the assassination. Left behind, his body left behind, and stuff planted there to prove that he was the one who killed Kennedy, if it went that far. He said that. He didn't know, even. And we're talking about this is going to be Friday. Now, understand that when I was talking to him, it's the end of Wednesday, and we're coming into Thursday. We're talking about like 37 or 38 hours before the assassination is the last time I'm talking to my Lee Oswald. And there is not going to be another time I'm ever going to hear his voice or speak to him or hear him again if he doesn't make it out alive. And he told me not to be concerned about him, and he was going to be all right. That if he possibly could make it, he would. That he had people that were there with him. He said he was going to be here on this part of the route, and that someone would be over at the Trade Mart who was working with him. He wasn't alone. He stressed that he wasn't alone. He also said that he would have a chance, he might even have a chance to leave that area at noon or so. They would call him and tell him whether he had to stay at that place. He didn't call it the book depository. He called it some other thing, that place, where he was working. He'd either have to stay there or he'd have to leave to another location because it was lunchtime and they could move him somewhere else. At this particular time, he or David Ferry later, one of them, either he told me or David told me later, that he was part of an abort team, a team that was trying to stop the assassination. I asked Lee if there's some way he could get out of this at the last minute. I mean, if he couldn't stop the assassination, why couldn't he, take a bunch, I really said this because of my medical training, take a bunch of laxatives or something so he could really get sick and not be able to show up. And at that time, he told me, if I stay, there will be one less bullet aimed at Kennedy. And I never forgot that. He told me not to feel sorry for him. He had a chance to save the president. You still take that chance. If there's anything you could do to save the president. He even thought he might be able to have a chance to fire a warning shot to alert the Secret Service. These were some of the things he told me he would try to do. Lee told me the attempt to kill Kennedy would be either at the airport when he got off deplaned, except that he said there was so much exposure there it might not work, or it was going to be at Dealey Plaza, or it was going to be at the Trade Mart, those three areas, locales. And he believed it would be at Dealey Plaza because of the setup and the location of everything. It was just perfect in his consideration. And he knew enough about guns. I'd been out with him. He understood that there was a triangulation possibility there and so on. Lee was a much better shot than people think he was. When he was in the Marines, the first time he shot was so good, they told him, don't shoot that well anymore, okay? Because even then he was being thought of as someone they could penetrate with into Russia or take to Cuba or so on. And they didn't want to make him look like he was highly trained. But he was a good shot. He was a better shot than has been thought. Lee also told me that Kennedy's driver was known, and his habits were known, and that they knew that he would not be in the habit of responding quickly and driving quickly off if shots were fired. So Lee had some inside information that was pretty specific, and convinced me, of course, that he was exactly who he said he was and what he was doing. Lee told me that Onassis knew that this was going to happen, not that he was involved, but that if anybody hurt Jackie Kennedy, that he would make sure that they died a slow and torturous death, and that was of concern to these people. I was supposed to wait, and if I got a call from David Ferry, he told me when Dave would call me. If I got a call from him, I could go over to Eglin Air Force Base. Dave had already given me a book that had a person's name in it and was stamped Eglin Air Force Base. I still have the book. And if I showed that at the gate, I could get in, and I'd have a plane ride over to Mexico. But I had to wait for Dave's call, and and hold cool. And this was not going to be easy for me to do, I'll tell you that. At any rate, I guess they had to keep me calm and make sure that I would not blow it and show emotion if I heard that the president got shot. Of course, if the president didn't get shot, we'd all have rejoicing. I'd definitely get to Mexico. So you can imagine how I felt on the morning of November 22nd. The last thing that Lee told me, the last few things he told me were very important to me. I mean, it goes beyond saying that we loved each other and that when we used to walk together, Lee wore his wedding ring originally on his left hand, and I wore my wedding band on his right hand, and I wore my wedding band on my left hand, and as we walked, our rings would click together, and it made me very self-conscious. First, that I had to buy my own wedding band, and that Lee was wearing the band that meant he was married to Marina. And he told me that when he came, he wouldn't be wearing any wedding band, and I better not be wearing mine. They were going to get a new set of wedding bands for us in Mexico. I just wanted to mention it this time because that's when he mentioned it in one of the last few things he said to me. He said, if you didn't get out alive, I said, I just didn't know what was going to become of me. He said, I want you to have babies. And that stuck in my heart. I ended up having 5 children. There are other things that sounds silly now, I suppose, but he used to call me Minnie Mouse because of all the mice and everything, and I had a mouse pin collection, and I'd given him a mouse pin and things like that. And just before the last time I saw him, when we pulled out, I'm going back in time, but because we talked about it at that time, the last time we saw each other was September 1st, when Robert pulled out and I'm sitting in the car, and we turned around the corner on Magazine Street, and he's standing there at the street corner reading a newspaper, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I could almost touch him as we look at each other, and I never saw him again, of course, But we talked about how we had seen each other for the last time, and that he hoped that I would never give up and just hold tight, till I'd see him again. He told me never to forget the names of 3 people. One was Billy Solestes, and the other was Bobby Baker. I couldn't forget that because of Bob Baker I was married to. And then he mentioned again David Atlee Phillips. While he didn't have confirmation totally that Phillips was his handler, he suspected it by now because of these photographs from from Cuba that he had viewed, and he had found out that Phillips lived in Fort Worth, and these photographs had come from Fort Worth. And a new facility, by the way, in Fort Worth that had processed them. All these things were on Lee's mind, and he didn't want me to forget that. And that's about all I can tell you about our last conversation, except personal things. I knew Dave was going to call, and it rang, and I answered. And on the other end, I hear panic-stricken David Ferry like I've never heard before. And he's even crying and weeping, and everything had gone wrong. Everything that possibly could have gone wrong had gone wrong. And he was aware of what had happened to Lee. He said that they were going to get mob lawyers to get him out. They could spring him. He hadn't yet been, there was hope because he hadn't been actually blamed for the death of the president or anything by then. He said that Lee, so far, even though he'd been mistreated and beaten up and everything like that, and they deliberately beat him up, he said that Lee was alive. And that was the best news. He should, you know, because none of us thought he'd survive if the, you know, if this thing came to pass the way we thought. And there was hope. And he said, as long as there's hope, he said, I swear to you, by God, I'm going to go, I will get to Houston, and we're going to, if that plane comes through and he's able to get on that plane, he said, I'm going to be there and I'm going to pick him up and fly to Mexico, into Laredo. And he told me that he was going to be going to Houston. But the biggest thing on his mind, before he said all of this even, almost before he told me about Lee, was he wanted to know where the library card was. And this thing is extremely important. I had a medical library card to get into the medical hospitals and the libraries and the university libraries. And this was an auctioneer card that had been given to me, but I got it through David Ferry. Actually, it was David's number. Dave could go into any of the medical libraries there and pick out books and so on. And he'd been running this project for about a year before that. He'd handed the card to me because they knew him and they didn't need it anymore. And so when I went in there, I could show the card because I didn't have any student ID. They could show this medical library card, and I could get in, and they could give me books from the stacks to check out against Ochsner's name. Well, obviously, this card could be easily traced. What happened is Jack, the person we had so much trouble with, was still angry at Dave Ferry for a number of reasons. And he had actually learned from David Lewis that Dave Ferry had given his medical library card to Lee, which was true, because Lee gave it to me. And I had that card, and I had used it, but after a while, the people knew me there, and I didn't have to pull it out anymore. And when I left, and I was so upset about leaving Gainesville, to go to Gainesville for New Orleans, I forgot to give the card back to Lee. However, Jack Martin thought, sure, when I left town, I would have given the card back to Lee. So he calls these people and says, there's a library card out there that Lee Oswald's been found with or has. Look for it because it belongs to David W. Ferry. And, Jack Martin had been really burned with David Ferry because of lately he had been picked up and there was some kind of thing going on. There was a homosexual thing going on top of everything else. Well, what happened is, I know they're conflicting stories I've heard, but here's what David told me. He said he actually even went to Lee's apartment, then he went to the apartment owner, who was down the street, and other places looking for the card. He even went to the library, the public library, because somebody said that, well, they'd seen Lee there or something. He thought, well, maybe the card accidentally, I don't know. He told me all kinds of things he'd done. And then he asked me, he said, I've done all this. And I said, and then he said, I'm going to have to ask you this. He said, did you keep the card? Oh, boy, yeah, I had the card. I had the darn card. He said, get it out. I got it on my purse. I felt like an idiot. He said, I want you to tear it in little pieces and burn it. And I'm standing here by this liquid oxygen tanks and everything, so I didn't burn it, but I told him I did. I'm tearing it up. He said, tear it up. I'm tearing it up. He said, bury it. He said, burn it. But I buried it in the sand there under the trees. I told him I burned it because I didn't want it. I told him I was going to burn it or something. Anyway, I satisfied him. And it was a horrible, stressful time. And then he told me that he, all the other things about Lee, and that he was going to go to Houston. And in fact, he told me about Hull Airport. The reason being, if something went wrong, I would know the details. I might be able to connect some other place or whatever. He was going to go over to this small airport in Alief, Texas. It's not, you go down Westheimer Road from Houston, and he would there have a plane waiting. That plane was be where Lee was supposed to land if he made it through without any trouble. He was going to pick him up, take him over to Hull Field. This is today's Sugar Land Airport. It's not just but a few miles away. Another small airport. The man running that was an FBI agent. His name was Don Hall. His family has to know he was FBI, and but you won't find records. It just says he owns the airport and all that, but definitely FBI. The plane that was there, that was supposed to be there, was supplied by somebody from Schlumberger. And this was through the wife of a Schlumberger employee, somebody high up. And she was associated with Rice University. These are things that David Ferry told me. So it reassured me, okay, about the trouble they'd gone to try and get Lee out alive. And he said if he made it, you know, of course, and all that, that's what would happen. And then he described all this plane and everything to me because I was supposed to meet that plane, okay? That plane would be used again to get me over to Merida, Mexico, because the other plane was supposed to fly me to a really weird place, and there's nothing there. It's near Belize, near what's today is Cancun and all that. I would be dumped there, but this plane was supposed to come and get me and fly me to Merida if it made it through, and all this kind of thing. Of course, I'm waiting to find out if Lee gets out and all this can happen. And it's really awful after what happens after that, because of course I watched Lee get killed on television. Robert again was at the library. I went next door to Ron Ziegler's home where they had a TV set, and I was there trying to eat lunch and everything, and Lee was brought out and shot down like a dog. And I don't hardly remember anything else that whole day. But David Ferry did call me after that, and he, you know, of course he was sorry. He told me that I had to stick it out, that I couldn't open my mouth anymore. I had to keep my head down, and Santos Traficante was a good friend of Marcelo, Carlos Marcelo, was watching me, that they weren't going to hurt me if I was quiet, because I couldn't even fight my way out of a paper bag. And that, you know, they felt I was harmless if I just shut up. I mean, I've shut up all these years. When Lee left to go to the Texas State Book Depository that morning, the morning of November 22nd, he left behind about $160 or $170. And this is so that Marina would be taken care of, but it also made a statement about me and him. I knew he wouldn't come to me with that ring on, but he did wear a very significant ring that day, and that was his Marine ring. From the very beginning and to the very end, Lee was a Marine, a good Marine. For so many years I couldn't speak out. Who would believe that a 20-year-old girl had been involved in things like this? Who would have believed that the CIA and the Mafia were working together on ways to try and kill Castro? How could I have spoken up when I had child after child? I had 5 children, and I had no way to prove any of this as far as I knew until a lot of records recently have come out. I'm doing this because I'm angry. I'm angry at the fact that after all these years, people are still saying, not even the alleged assassin, sometimes Harvey Oswald was the assassin. This is a man who was a brave man who gave his life for his country, who has been maligned and his character assassinated, a man who's been blamed for the death of our great President Kennedy, who loved President Kennedy just as much as I did. And I know some of those people out there who are responsible are still alive. I really want revenge, and that's why I'm doing this. And I want people to know who Lee Harvey Oswald was. I was just a young girl. There's so much I didn't understand, but I know now. And I don't care anymore what happens to me. I want to tell you right now. I just want the truth to get out. I was only 20 years old at the time, a young girl who had been relatively isolated from society. Someone who was so taken with Lee Oswald, and he with me. We had so much in common. It's a man who has been much maligned. He's been blamed as the assassin of our President Kennedy, when in fact he was the opposite. He was trying to save the president. These things need to come out, but I didn't have any way to talk about them earlier. If I tried to speak out at that time, they would have arrested me as Lee Harvey Oswald's accomplice or girlfriend who knew what was going to happen. If I talked later about it, my little kids, what would happen? They could have been taken away from me. What would my husband have said? And finally, and there weren't any records to say things like the CIA and the Mafia had been working together. Who would have believed me? Who would have believed about this dreadful polio and cancer virus that was infecting the whole population when that was a secret at that time? Who would have believed until AIDS came along that those kind of things could happen? For so many reasons, there was nothing I could do, but now I can. And I loved Lee Oswald, and I know he loved me. And I want to clear his name. I want it made perfectly clear that this was a brave man who gave his life for his country, and he's been much maligned. I want to do this out of revenge, too, because some of the people who caused the death of President Kennedy are still alive. And I hope they get caught. And that's all I want to say.
I have known Judyth's sister for about 5 years. She invited me over one evening to meet her sister, who was connecting through Dallas on her way back home to Louisiana. While we were sitting and having coffee that evening, she began to tell me the story of her affair with Lee Oswald and her connection with Roswell Medical Institute, I believe is what it's called. And I'm listening to this for about 3.5, 4 hours, maybe even 5 hours, and I'm just kind of at a loss for words of what I was being told. I'm thinking to myself, she's telling me she's involved with the Kennedy assassination in some way. Okay. After hearing her story, I was totally skeptical. Well, she told me that she was flying on an airline to go back home the following day, and I work for that airline. And so she had also told me that she had been contacted by a major national news company that was investigating her story. And I thought, well, here's my chance. I'll find out, you know, if this is really the truth. And sure as shooting, it was. Everything she told me was true. About 2 months after I had met Judyth, she had invited me and her sister to come into New Orleans, and so she could show us exactly all the places she was talking about, what she had told me about, documents I had seen. And so we went around, and one of the stops we needed to make was to the library there. She wanted to do some more investigation. We were looking for the architectural diagrams of Guy Bannister's offices, and we finally found it. We found the original of what we were looking for that showed the 2 entrances. I went personally to have it printed out, and I took it to the gentleman there at the counter, and he said, certainly, I'll get this for you. When we arrived back at the hotel that evening, the document that I had asked for was not the document that I had received. It was the altered copy of the same area. With the amount of detail that Judyth has on her story about herself, her connection with her cancer projects, Lee, it is just staggering. You cannot imagine the wealth of information that's coming from this woman, that the only way that she could have this kind of information is if she were there. Since knowing Judyth, many things have happened to me that have been very strange. The strangest of all is at the loss of my house. I was staying with my parents at this time due to illness in the family. And I went to check on my house, and it had been broken into and filled with feces, animal feces, in the depth of about 2 feet high throughout. I totally lost everything. Clothing, furnishings, it was totally destroyed. I've called the police on this. I've talked with the insurance adjusters. They're all totally stunned at what they've encountered when they've walked into this house. When the police officer arrived, the stench was so bad he thought there was a dead body inside. This was obviously not a petty crime. Why, with good reason, would anyone try to do this to me just to keep me from investigating more of Judyth's story?
How does this Manhattan-type crash project connect to New Orleans?
The Manhattan-type project was done in New Orleans in part to keep it out of the Bethesda, Washington, D.C. area where it might have been. it was also in New Orleans to put it close to the people that they wanted to supervise the work. And here I'm talking in particular about Dr. Ochsner. And to understand the background of this, you have to understand Ochsner's connection to the polio vaccine. And when the polio vaccine was produced, there were several laboratories, I believe the number 6, producing the vaccine. And Ochsner was one of the major stockholders of one of these laboratories. He had also been one of the people promoting the release of the polio vaccine all along. And in fact, this situation was so intense that when the Francis trials occurred up in Michigan, and it was said that the polio vaccine was safe, they, at the last minute, asked Bernice Eddy at the National Institute of Health, who was the official vaccine safety tester, to test the vaccines. And when she injected these vaccines into her monkeys, she got back dead and crippled monkeys. So she tried to delay the release of the vaccine. But the problem was that every day they waited, there was another 100 children getting polio. And there was a lot of inertia on this, all the way back from President Roosevelt's pushing forward and the marching dimes and everything else. And Ochsner was so convinced that Jonas Salk's vaccine was safe that he decided to publicly inoculate his own grandchildren with the vaccine in front of the faculty of Tulane Medical School. And the result of this bold and courageous action was that his grandson died from polio and his granddaughter got polio. That puts it in New Orleans.
Okay. Where do you want to go from here? You want to talk about the search for the particle accelerator?
No, polio, this is the thing. It was a very flawed vaccine, so they're trying to. They realize how deadly.
Do we need to maintain quiet, please?
Okay. Well, go ahead and tell. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Tell me about your experiences in researching this topic in New Orleans. What did you learn?
What got me started on this project is the fact that I had heard rumors as early as the late 1960s that there was some kind of secret operation going on in New Orleans that had something to do with cancer-causing monkey viruses. And by night, there's a siren. Let's just wait it up.
What got you started in your investigation into this topic?
Well, on one hand, I had heard rumors as early as the late 1960s that there was some kind of underground medical research going on in New Orleans that involved cancer and monkey viruses. And I was concerned about this because it sounded to me like a dangerous activity. And around 1990, the mainstream scientific community out of National Institute of Health and other places started saying that the AIDS virus, the AIDS epidemic, was caused by a mutated monkey virus. And I thought it was fair and reasonable that somebody ought to gather together what was known about these two issues and lay it on a table and examine it. Now, at that time that I started, I was not aware of the SV40 issue in particular, because SV40 is a separate monkey virus than the AIDS thing, so there's no confusion there. But it was in the, I had also heard back in the 60s about the contamination of the polio vaccine, and I did not know if I could document it. But what I was very pleased to find was that there was very good documentation out there supporting the knowledge that the polio vaccine was contaminated with a cancer-causing virus, several of them in fact, but the most dangerous one was SV40, which the experts today now say is the most carcinogenic element or entity they have ever found.
How does Dr. Mary Sherman connect to this?
Dr. Mary Sherman was one of the nation's leading cancer experts. The fact that she was murdered under suspicious circumstances and apparently had the investigation into her murder shut down called some questions about her activities. And it is my reasonable conclusion that Mary Sherman was involved in this effort to rapidly develop an anti-cancer vaccine where they were using radiation as the means of mutation. It should be noted that Mary Sherman worked for Dr. Alton Ochsner and was the head of his cancer lab at Ochsner Clinic.
I had it, I lost it. Can you tell us, describe briefly the circumstances of her death?
Well, the newspaper version of her death and the rumor mill version of her death are both wrong, completely wrong in my opinion. They found her body in her apartment and they concluded that she died in her apartment. I was able to get a hold of the autopsy protocol, the actual documents from the medical examiner's office, and it is very obvious that there's a problem with the story. And the problem goes like this. Mary Sherman did not die in her apartment. There is nothing in her apartment that could have created the damage to her body or that they found. And what that damage was that her entire right arm was burned off. All that was left was about a 6-inch carbonized stump. Now immediately next to that was unburned human hair. Now the bone is the hardest thing to burn on a body. Technically it doesn't even burn. You just dehydrate it. But the hair is the easiest. So how do you get thousands of degrees of temperature required to disintegrate a bone next to human hair? The only answer to that is very high voltage electricity. The other problem was the actual cause of death on Mary Sherman was a stab wound to the heart, which hemorrhaged. There were about 1,200 cc's of blood in the pericardium sac. There was also 6 other stab wounds on her, including a wound to her liver, which did not hemorrhage. Now the importance of this is you hemorrhage when you're alive, and you do not hemorrhage when you're dead. So those 2 sets of stab wounds did not occur at the same time. Now what I'm proposing about Mary Sherman's death was that Mary Sherman was electrocuted in a very high voltage incident. And I'll talk about the motive behind the incident in a minute. But basically, she grabbed onto something, probably the switch handle to shut off the electricity and turn on the electricity. And she was standing in front of a steel wall, a special metal wall that they had put in this facility to protect the operators from the radiation. The electricity ran down her arm and out her back into the steel wall, disintegrating her arm. It did not cross her heart, and she did not die as a result of the incident. She was, however, very badly damaged and probably would not have survived. Someone stabbed her in the heart very precisely with a very slim surgical instrument to kill her. It's a mercy killing at that point. Then they put her body in a body bag, they brought it back to her apartment, they dumped it on her bed, they they opened the drawer next to her bed, they grabbed a bunch of underwear, they dropped it on her, they stabbed her at that point because there are V-cuts in the underwear from the knife. Okay? They didn't see her, people were in a hurry is what I'm trying to say. And then they started a fire. The reason they started the fire was to create an explanation, however tenuous, for the burns on her body. The fire that occurred in her apartment, which did not burn the curtains next to her bed, did not burn the paper label on the sherry bottle, did not reach the temperature required to burn the underwear fully, was not capable of burning off her arm. So there are 2 sets of stab wounds and 2 fires. The newspaper never said Mary Sherman's arm was missing. It was the main fact of the case, and it was concealed from public view. The fact that Mary Sherman died somewhere besides her apartment raises the question, where was she electrocuted?
Before we get to that, do you feel like that she was murdered and then had the murder covered up as a criminal murder, or was it an accident that then she was murdered to conceal the accident, or something else?
The motive behind the electrocution of Mary Sherman is sort of in the realm of speculation, because you cannot prove that it was not an industrial accident that somebody just wanted to cover up because of liability issues. I think due to the nature of it and what it would have taken to route that much electricity back to that one point, bypassing all the safety equipment in the linear particle accelerator, makes me conclude that it was an act of sabotage. And it was an act of sabotage done in order to expose the secret laboratory, a laboratory within 1 mile of Lee Oswald's apartment, a laboratory within 1 mile of Dr. Alton Oshner's house. I don't know that Mary Sherman was actually the target, but she was the one who got electrocuted. If Alton Oshner himself had grabbed the handle and pulled it up, it would have been very difficult to drag him back to his home and call it a sex slashing, which is what they did to Mary Sherman. The point as it relates to the JFK investigation that I would like to make is the day Mary Sherman died was the day the Warren Commission started its New Orleans chapter of the investigation. And if they had noticed that an operation involving Dr. Alton Oshner, who was the man behind Inca that organized the media coverage of Lee Harvey Oswald before the assassination, a light bulb would have gone off in their head. There would have been some obvious connection, and there is a connection. In fact, pause for a second.
Yeah, you ready to go?
Yeah. One of the most interesting and frankly disturbing points of this entire investigation is that there is some level of connection between Dr. Alton Oshner and Lee Harvey Oswald. And I say that completely confidently because right here we have a record album which was produced and released by Dr. Alton Oshner concerning the radio debates involving Lee Harvey Oswald. And on the back of this record album is a photograph of Dr. Alton Oshner where it points out that he was one of the few people in the listening audience who knew about, quote, Oswald's defection to the Soviet Union before the debate. Now I want to ask the question directly. This man was the president of the American Cancer Society. What is the president of the American Cancer Society doing getting tangled up with Lee Harvey Oswald? I think the answer involves cancer.
Okay. Explain.
Okay, sorry.
What was Oshner's connection to Inca, and explain Inca?
Okay, Inca was an anti-communist propaganda.
Can we start that again? Inca was?
Inca was an anti-communist propaganda operation founded and financed, founded by...
Okay, hold it, cut. Inca stood for?
Inca was an organization called the Information Council for the Americas. This was essentially an anti-communist propaganda operation out of New Orleans where they shipped tapes, anti-communist tapes, to radio stations all throughout Latin America. Inca was founded by Dr. Alton Oshner, who was also the president of International House and an important member of the trade community in New Orleans. And the financing for Inca came primarily from Dr. Oshner and from the community, of the business community of New Orleans. One of the most important people on the list on that was the owner of WDSU Radio and the owner of WDSU Television. This is important because these are the stations, the radio stations, that hosted the Oswald debates, and they were the stations that sent out the cameras to videotape Oswald handing out his anti-Castro leaflets. So there is an involvement with Ochsner, with Inca, and with Oswald going on in New Orleans in the summer of 1963, and the record album I showed you is the proof positive that it was there.
Was there any connection between Inca and the Central Intelligence Agency?
That's a little difficult to answer. I'm sorry. Okay.
How about, we know that the CIA had sponsored many anti-Castro groups, but I'm unclear as to, or something like that.
The question of whether there was a connection between the CIA and Inca as a operative organization carrying out CIA operations is a difficult question to answer. There was a similar question is, was there a connection between Dr. Alton Ochsner and the CIA? One of the things about Inca that you can say when you look at the masthead of people on it was one of the directors on it, in fact the head of security for Inca, was Robert Reynold, who was the president of the former special agents of the FBI.
Pause.
For Mary Sherman's body. Okay. What was the reports on the finding of Mary Sherman's body?
Mary Sherman's body was found at about 4:30 in the morning on Tuesday, July 21st, 1964. The circumstances were that one of her neighbors smelled smoke. His name was Juan Valdez. He called the police department, not the fire department. Sorry, time out.
The finding of, or how did the authorities become aware of Mary Sherman's death?
Very early in the morning, about 4:30 in the morning on Tuesday, July 21st, 1964, one of the neighbors living in the apartment house in Mary Sherman's apartment complex smelled some smoke. His name was Juan Valdez. He called the police department. The police arrived shortly, noticed there was smoke coming from one of the apartments whose door was ajar. They called the fire department. The fire department came. The apartment was full of smoke, but nobody reported seeing a flame. The fire department went in and removed the mattress, which was the cause of the smoke, and moved it out into the parking lot. It was then that they went in and found Mary Sherman's body laying on the floor. It had rolled off the mattress when they moved it. The body was in the opposite position with the feet pointing towards the head of the bed, and her arm was stretched out straight and her legs were stretched out straight, as if she had been lying in a still position for some time after death. It was then they realized they had a murder on their hands, and they called in the New Orleans Police Department's homicide unit.
Okay.
I want to hear the word
Rigor mortis, or how we want to phrase that.
why, I want to have the explanation why it was that state.
Yeah.
Well, isn't the point that her body had been laying there for so long?
Down the whole rigor mortis issue. Okay, there are other issues about the hard drugs that people say they found in their system, and all that other stuff that I don't want to get into here because it's too extraneous.
May I ask a question?
Jim asked me when I think Mary Sherman died.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to lead it into my next question. When do you think Mary Sherman died?
Well, the traditional explanation is that she died late Tuesday morning, right before the fire, because whoever killed her set the fire. But my analysis, which says she did not die in her apartment, means that she died hours before that. maybe even on the evening, Monday evening beforehand, which would explain why her body was in a stiffened position there, because that would be an indication of rigor mortis setting in, where the scenario of an intruder slashing her in some sort of act of violence would not necessarily leave her with her legs outstretched and her arm in a extended position immediately up against her body.
Apparently, it took a great amount of electricity to produce the energy necessary to disintegrate her arm. Would you say that's true?
Burning a bone or disintegrating a bone, it was one of the key issues that I had to investigate. My question was, what temperature does it take to burn a bone? And in order to get an answer for that, I called a man who cremated people for a living. And I wanted to know what the temperatures of his ovens were, and I thought it was going to be a pretty simple answer. He'd give me a number and a time, and I would walk away with my number and go think about it. And he couldn't believe the question. And when I said that this person's arm had been burned off, he said, I've seen a lot of bodies, and I can't imagine that an arm was burned off. Don't you think it might have been cut off? And I said, well, there was no indication of that. He said that he used to work for the military, and he would go into the crash sites of military jets where the pilots had been soaked in Jet A fuel, which burns at 5,000 degrees. He said the temperature was so hot that it burned the aluminum off of the jet, but the pilot's bones were still there. So 5,000 degrees will not burn a bone, not to the point of disintegration. So whatever temperature hit Mary Sherman's arm was way up there, way above 5,000 degrees.
What would require such massive amounts of energy?
Well, the
You
type.
know where I'm going.
I'm going there.
Okay.
The amount of electricity that it would take to produce the damage that we saw in Mary Sherman is equivalent to the amount of electricity in a lightning bolt. There are very few machines that produce that much electricity. One of them is a linear particle accelerator, which requires about 5 million volts to produce its radioactive beam.
And what is a particle accelerator used for?
A linear particle accelerator is sort of like a poor man's atom smasher. It is a means of generating a beam of radiation without creating a nuclear explosion. And it has been used for a number of scientific purposes. Today, it is used to burn tumors. That's its application in the medical field. But it's been used for many other things, such as it can strip the impurities out of a diamond.
So in other words, if it's used for tumors, then a particle beam accelerator could be used in cancer research.
Particle beam accelerators are used in cancer research, and there are many documents of it. In fact, the American Cancer Society had a number of programs that they financed and sponsored for that, as did the National Science Foundation.
Have you found any evidence that such a particle beam accelerator was used at that time in New Orleans?
We were able to locate the man who said he built the accelerator in New Orleans. We were able to locate an engineer who worked in the buildings that we were suspicious that it might have been in, and these buildings were on the grounds of the U.S. Health Service Hospital, who described the same wiring that the man who said he built the accelerator put in to the buildings. In his words, in the words of the engineer, the superintendent, he said, I've been doing this work for over 20 years. I have never seen electrical equipment as massive and powerful as was in the infectious disease laboratory building of the U.S. Public Health Service Hospital in New Orleans.
You need to stop.
Used in this covert cancer research Manhattan type project?
Yes, my conclusion is that this Medical Manhattan project, which was being conducted on the grounds of the U.S. Public Health Service Hospital in New Orleans, was using a linear particle accelerator for the purpose of accelerating the mutation of cancer-causing viruses. And the danger and ethical issues involved in doing that is why they kept it so secret.
Do you have any knowledge of any other covert cancer laboratories in or around New Orleans at that time?
There was another laboratory which was discovered in New Orleans in the late 1960s. It was discovered by the investigative team working for District Attorney Jim Garrison during his investigation into the Kennedy assassination. And this was an underground medical laboratory which was reportedly using cancer-causing viruses to create cancer. And what is particularly disturbing about this laboratory is the location of the laboratory was in the hands of people who can easily be described as right-wing political extremists.
Such as?
Such as David Ferrie.
Okay, can you rephrase that so we can get into a separate statement about David Ferrie?
Or just say,
Instead of such as.
the lab that the Garrison team uncovered was located in the apartment of David Ferrie. Can you say that? Or are you comfortable with that? Or mainly I just want to get a statement saying David Ferrie was in charge of that or connected to it.
Okay.
It wasn't in his apartment, right?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just say that.
Well, but I don't want him to say that if he doesn't know that for sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There seems to have been two laboratories at work in New Orleans on this cancer-causing monkey virus issue. One is what I'll call the big lab. That was the lab at the U.S. Public Health Service Hospital. The little lab was located on Louisiana Avenue Parkway in the apartment of a man named David Ferrie. David Ferrie is widely described by many people as a right-wing political extremist.
Pause.
Great role.
Mm-hmm.
What was the connection between David Ferrie and Dr. Mary Sherman?
A number of JFK researchers have made statements about the connection between Dr. Mary Sherman and David Ferrie, including Gerald Posner and John Davis. The connection between them was not very visible and was in the realm of
Well, just collect your thoughts.
I just want to make a point that they agree with this
Oh, I love it.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
John Davis and the Warren Commission apologies?
No.
Mafia
Kingfish.
Kingfish.
Posner is, though. That's why he wants to put the two together. They both agree that there's a connection.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's pronouncing it Posner.
Well, he pronounces it Posner.
He himself?
Uh-huh. Okay. What was the connection between Mary Sherman and David Ferrie?
The connection between Mary Sherman and David Ferrie is a little bit hard for me to document, but there are JFK researchers such as Gerald Posner and John Davis who claim that they were good friends. I have also talked to some witnesses who say the same thing. I will emphasize that this relationship was not very visible to the outside community. If you had asked Mary Sherman's friends, she probably they wouldn't have known about it. But there seems to be, particularly from some testimony I've heard, a very strong relationship, and a relationship which was based on this cancer research project.
Based on your knowledge and research, can you describe what Ferry's apartment contained and what it looked like when he died under somewhat strange circumstances?
The description of David Ferry's apartment from people who were in it talk about the presence of mice, the presence of medical books and medical equipment, and the smell of mice in that. Jim Garrison describes that in his books. Bob Turner, who was also in the apartment, told me personally that that was what he saw when he was in there. I will emphasize that I was in an apartment very close to David Ferry's apartment that also contained a residual smell of animals. And I write about this in my book. And my conclusions to that, for reasons I explain in the book, is that this second apartment was part of the cancer operation, and they were testing the results of their cancer virus experiments on animals in this second apartment. And both of these apartments were taken off of the market for about 5 years and renovated and put back on the market at the same time. So we're talking about 2 rental apartments within 100 yards of each other, both taken off of the market for 5 years and renovated. And one of those apartments was definitely David Ferry's apartment.
Okay. Go ahead and cut, and let's.
Very difficult to put them together. You know, the thing that I was always hoping for when I was writing the book, because I had no confidence that we were going to find a piece of paper that put them together, but we might find a person that put them together.
So can we also...
When you read my book, the last chapter of my book is about this teacher that I had when I was 13, 14 years old. She had 3 sons. They were all judges in Louisiana. And she told us before the Warren Commission had announced the results, she said they are going to blame it on Oswald. They're going to say he acted alone, and the reason is they don't want to get into who he was working for.
So this is the reason why the Kennedys still are not talking and going along
Yeah,
with Warren.
that's right. That's right.
It's not fear. It's just embarrassment, or what is it? Publicity.
Well, I mean, how would they explain to the American public
smart,
that,
you know?
that Lee was working for Bobby? I mean, you know.
And it even goes beyond that. He's working with
Fit in. Does Hoover know?
What's Hoover doing with Bannister? Now, Bannister, as you know, was the head of the Chicago office for a while. Okay. Right, and the telephone traffic says that he was talking to J. Edgar Hoover on a regular basis. Okay. Now, I think a lot of the analysis that has been done on Lee in New Orleans is upside down. It is exactly wrong. I mean, it's like my physics teacher used to say, I can always tell when somebody's about to get the idea because they get it backwards, okay? What was going on wrong in New Orleans was a violation of the Neutrality Act, okay? The mob was training people to assassinate Fidel Castro, right?
That's a fact.
Okay, and if you're the Attorney General of the United States, and particularly if you're in the situation that they were in at that time, you want to bust that operation. Somebody's got to infiltrate that thing close enough to identify the location of the training camp so that they can bust it. And in my opinion, that was Lee's major contribution in New Orleans, was he identified the location of the training camp that was trying to kill Fidel Castro. The fact that he also managed to infiltrate the laboratory which was developing the biological weapon designed to kill Castro, I think is the second accomplishment in there.
Make it look too much like it. Better? Okay?
Okay, we're rolling. 35 minutes. About Judyth.
When did you first hear the name Judyth Baker?
In the fall of 1972, excuse me.
Okay.
Don't stop it. Don't stop it. The first time I ever heard the name Judyth Baker was in the fall of 1972. I had been invited to a party hosted by a woman who was apparently associated with the graduate school of Tulane University. It is interesting to point out that the reason I was invited to this party had something to do with an argument I had the prior week at Tulane University with someone concerning David Ferry's laboratory. This party was held on Pitt Street, right behind the Latter Library, and my girlfriend told me that we were going to the residence of Judyth Baker. I remember the name particularly because being trained by the Jesuits, they teach you to take apart words, and I wondered if this was very, V-E-R-I, meaning true, or V-A-R-I, meaning changing. But I definitely remember the name Judyth Baker. We went into the party, which was upstairs, and I spent most of the evening talking to her husband, but I did talk to her several times during the evening, where she told me that she was from Florida and that she was working at Tulane Medical School on a project involving esoteric experiments with exotic chemicals, and that she had recently been in northern Florida doing some kind of chemical research. Later that evening, my girlfriend came in a very excited manner and told me that they said that Judyth knew Oswald. And I said, wait a minute, who is they? Are we talking the Warren Commission or what here? And she said, no, Judyth said she knew Oswald. And just then, this Judyth woman, who's not the Judyth Baker we know, but the Judyth Baker I met that night, came into the kitchen and walked over to me and said, Ed, I understand you're interested in the Garrison investigation. Is this something you'd like to talk about? And I looked her straight in the eye and I laughed at her and I said, no, it's not. Because all my warning lights were on at this point. I didn't know who this person was or why I had been selected to be there, but I knew that I didn't want to get into a conversation that night with someone who said that they were a friend of Lee Harvey Oswald's. And that was the first time I ran into it.
And then
The next time I heard the name Judyth Baker was in the fall of the year 2000, when I was contacted by a national news organization, and they sent me some information about her, and they didn't tell me who she was, it just, as I laid on the sofa and started reading it, I ran across the name, and I immediately recognized it, and I had her phone number as part of the material, and so I just picked up the telephone and called her to say, hey, I remember you, I had dinner at your house. And it turned out it wasn't the real her. The first one wasn't the real her. The real Judyth Baker is the one that was brought to me by the National News Organization. Now, what's left is a bunch of questions about who set up that initial meeting between me and the fake Judyth Baker, because I seem to know a lot about David Ferry's underground medical laboratory.
Is there any doubt in your mind that the people, or that the woman passing herself off as Judyth Baker in 1972 had patterned herself on the real Judyth Baker, which means that someone knew the true Baker and her circumstances?
The first Judyth Baker that I met had a profile background that was almost identical to the real Judyth Baker. The details of the type of research that she was involved in, where she was from in Florida, where she had worked recently in northern Florida, is all almost identical. I find it impossible to believe that this is a coincidence of any nature. I am, comfortable and confident with my own conclusion that whoever set up that first meeting in the fall of 1972 knew who Judyth Baker was, knew about her connection to David Ferrie, and knew about her connection to Lee Harvey Oswald.
Do you feel like that this party that you were invited to, do you think this was, or this impersonation, do you think this impersonation was aimed specifically at you, or do you think that she might have been trying to draw in information from anybody that she could just, who came into her orbit?
I am at a loss to even guess the motives behind this thing or who was behind it. I could maybe guess, but I would be speculating. I do not know who organized the thing, but I do know that they had to have a very high level of knowledge of the covert operations going on in New Orleans in the early 1960s in order to put it together.
Okay. How did it come about that you attended this party back in 1972?
Well, first of all, there was an incident that I write about in my book where my girlfriend had heard that Dr. Alton Ochsner was part of some international right-wing organization connected to South America. In fact, she used the term Nazi and fascist in her description. I pointed out to her that many of Ochsner's backers were Jewish, and I thought the description of him as a Nazi was probably not a good way to describe it. However, being in New Orleans, I had heard many rumors that he was extremely right-wing and he held a lot of very controversial theories about things. But everybody in New Orleans knew the name Ochsner. A couple of days later, I went to meet my girl. It's an ice maker. 1, 2, 3. A couple of days later, I went to meet my girlfriend on the steps of the Social Science Building. There she introduced me to the person who had made the comments to her about Dr. Ochsner. We all agreed to go have coffee over in the University Center and talk about these secret matters. Being young males, we were trying to outdo each other with what great secret stuff we knew.
Can we do that, being young males?
Being young males, we were trying to outdo each other with all the great secret stuff we know. And I got into talking about David Ferrie's medical laboratory that Jim Garrison had discovered during the Garrison investigation in the late 1960s. This led to a larger conversation of cancer-causing viruses, where I was informed that viruses could not cause cancer, and I was misinformed and rather stupid. And our discussion developed into what one might describe as an argument and stopped short of being a fight. A couple of days later, my girlfriend came to me, and she was a graduate student in anthropology, and she said, "Ed, I need to talk to you." She said, "You know, you're a nice guy and I like you, but I can't afford to have a boyfriend that's going to intimidate and alienate my graduate school colleagues." Okay, so you got a decision to make whether you want to be an expert on David Ferrie and the Jim Garrison investigation or whether you want to be my boyfriend. Okay? So if you think you can control yourself, I'll give you a second try. Okay? And I assured her that I was willing to try to control myself and I would not discuss Jim Garrison or David Ferrie's laboratory or the Kennedy assassination or any of that stuff in front of her graduate school colleagues. Several days later, she came back and said, "Well, it wasn't all bad." And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Well, your performance the other day in the University Center attracted some attention. And we've been invited to a party. And you should understand that this party is being organized by women in Tulane's graduate school, and we're allowed to invite our significant other, but the men have to understand to keep their mouths shut because it's the women's party." So I'm on probation from my girlfriend. I've promised not to discuss the Kennedy assassination or David Ferrie or any of that stuff, and I'm going to this party. So Friday night, we get in my blue Maverick, we're driving down St. Charles Avenue, and I said, "So where are we going?" She said, "Well, Pitt Street, here, I got the address. You turn on Dufochet." I hadn't heard of Dufouché Street, but it's right there on St. Charles Avenue, and we finally found the sign, and I turned right. She said the instructions are to go 2 blocks and park. So I go 2 blocks and I park, and New Orleans has a lot of ditches and bumpy roads, and my car is parked over on the right. And I said to her, I said, well, I would like to know whose house we're going to, just so I can thank the hostess. I mean, it's the polite thing to do. And she said, well, her name is Judyth Baker. I said, oh, she gets 3 names, huh? Are you going to introduce me as Edward Thomas Haslam, you know? To which she responded with this Gloria Steinem speech about why women in academia need 3 names. It was basically a feminist diatribe. But when she was finished, I said, so her name's Judy Baker, huh? And she said, no, this woman is definitely Judyth. Just at that time, we saw some of her graduate student friends walking up to the front of the building where we could follow them into the party. We went up the stairs into the party. The stairs entered in the kitchen, and I was introduced to this woman, Judyth, who I can assure you is not the same Judyth Baker we have today. But she was she was thin and very disciplined in her presentation. I remember she had sort of a lumpy or a bumpy nose, kind of like I do, and a little bit of an Adam's apple. She had kind of freckles on her, and her husband was kind of a crew-cut guy who had studied some kind of engineering thing, and they had a small baby. And so the women went out on the screen porch to talk, and I sat around with the husband and watched the baby. And I remember at one point there was a little brass screw that had fallen between the wood, and I was concerned about the baby getting to it, so I went and got a knife and pulled it out. At any rate, we could hear the noise on the screen porch increasing as the women drank more wine and talked more. And at one point I went back into the kitchen to get some more food, and that is when I ran into this Judyth woman to talk to her one-on-one. I was suspicious about this party because it was the result of my conversations about David Ferrie in the first place, so I'll say warning light 1 was already on. When we started talking and she said she was connected with the Tulane Medical School, it was very clear that she did not recognize my father's name. And my father was a professor there for 20 years. And it was a very common experience for me to go around New Orleans and have people say, oh, you're Ed Haslam, you must be Ed Haslam's son. And so people recognized my father's connection to the medical school all the time. This woman did not recognize it at all. That was warning light number 2. So I asked her to talk about what she did, and she says, oh, I never talk about my work. I do esoteric experiments with exotic chemicals. And my sister was married to an MIT professor, and I was used to talking to people about all kinds of interesting things, so I decided to try to get her to talk about it. And I tried, and I tried, and I tried, and she would not talk about the details of what she did. Now, many people in New Orleans were very aware that the CIA was doing a lot of research down at Tulane Medical School, particularly on the psychoactive drugs. So it occurred to me that she might have been connected with that operation and was not supposed to talk about it. So I backed off at that point in time. Then I went back to talk to her husband, and she went back out on the porch. About an hour later, I came back into the kitchen, and that's when my girlfriend, Barbara, showed up in a very excited, agitated mode and said, Ed, they say Judyth knew Oswald. And I'm thinking to myself, this is great. I'm on probation. I'm not supposed to talk about the JFK assassination or Oswald or Ferrie or any of those things. And I'm at a party with a bunch of half-drunk feminists who are now saying that the hostess of the party was Lee Harvey Oswald's good buddy. So what do I do? And just then this Judyth woman comes in the room, and she locks in on me and comes across the room and in a very funny way says, I hear that you're interested in the Garrison investigation. Is that something you'd like to talk about? And I looked her straight in the eye and I laughed and I said, as a matter of fact, no, it's not. And I turned on my heel and I walked into the next room because Barbara had left the room, and I said, you asked me not to talk about this subject, okay? How do I stay at this party and not talk about this subject? Can we leave? And she said, well, that's a fair assessment. Yeah, we can leave. And we left the party at that point in time. About 2 weeks later, Barbara said to me, remember that Judyth gal? I said, yes. I said, what was her last name? She said, Baker. I said, yeah, I remember her. She said, we've got an invitation to go to dinner at her house. Would you like to go? I said, is this the same woman who said that she was Lee Harvey Oswald's friend? And she said, yes, I forgot about that part. And I said, well, I haven't, and I don't want to go to dinner at her house. And that was the last contact I had with them at that point. And again, I emphasize, this whole story is as mysterious to me as it is to anybody else who hears it. And I don't know who was behind it, but I do know what I experienced, and I do know when it happened, and I remember the names very clearly.
Okay. Now tell me about...
The next time I heard the name Judyth Baker was in the fall of the year 2000. And I had been contacted by some people associated with a national news program that was investigating this woman that was described to me as a girlfriend of Lee Harvey Oswald's. They did not tell me her name at that point. But they told me that she said that she was in the laboratory that I wrote about my book, in David Ferry's laboratory. And did I want to talk to this person who said that she was in David Ferry's laboratory? Well, frankly, it was not a good time to ask me that question because I was doing other things in my life, and no, I didn't. But they were persistent, and they finally got me to agree to look at some documents. And they sent me, they FedExed me a package of documents that laid on my floor for about a week, but I finally got around to reading them. And when I started to read them, and I ran across the name Judyth Baker, I knew I recognized it. And I remembered it from that incident. And her phone number was included in the materials they sent me. So I picked up the telephone thinking it was the same woman. And it's going to be a piece of cake. I just picked her up and called and introduced myself and said, do you remember me? I had dinner at your house in 1972. And I was very surprised to hear her say, I didn't live in New Orleans in 1972. I left in the 1960s and never went back as a permanent resident. And at that point in time, my buzzers went off because I knew for sure that I now knew two different people who told me their names were Judyth Baker, and one of them had to be a fraud.
Tell me your assessment of the current Judyth Baker and her story and accounts of these cancer labs and working in the labs, and does it fit with your knowledge?
Judyth Baker, or what I...
Can you start that one again, my take on...
Okay. My take on the current Judyth Baker, or the real Judyth Baker, is that, first of all, she is the real Judyth Baker. And I say this for a couple of reasons. One is I have researched an entire collection of newspaper articles which were written about her back when she was still a high school student and somewhat of a superstar, because they were all expecting her to go out and find a cure for cancer. And I know that these documents are real. I've looked at the microfilm from the publication that they were published in, and there's no doubt in my mind that this woman is the same person I saw in the photographs and the articles were about. It is interesting to note that she was trained at a very early age for a very high level of laboratory work in terms of handling cancer-causing viruses. The second point is her claim concerning knowing Lee Harvey Oswald. She has a number of original documents in her possession which show that she worked at the same company that Lee Oswald worked at, which was the Riley Coffee Company, that she started on the same day he started on, that she left the company on the same day that he started on. And I think that is a pretty good collection of documents to support her claim that she knew Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans in the summer of 1963. There are some collateral documents in there, such as her bank statements and stuff. She just happened to use the same bank I use. So I noticed the deposit statements and all that looked authentic to me in terms of, I had seen the same types of deposit statements back then. And beyond that, her next sort of circle going out in her story is her descriptions of what was going on in this little laboratory on Louisiana Avenue Parkway. And I will say that her descriptions of that and of the players involved are very consistent with my knowledge and understanding of what was going on over there. What I decided to do about this was to sit back and watch, because I wanted to see if this woman changed her story. And all I did was I stayed in contact, and it's been a couple of years now that I've been in contact with her. And I have found her to be remarkably tenacious in sticking to what her original story and claims were. I've seen her cry at all the right times and laugh at all the right times. And so my method of judging her has not been to query her on which finger did Lee Oswald wear his wedding ring on. I mean, I think that's a ridiculous approach to it. I tried to look at her as a person and see if she made sense to me as a person. And I'll say she's an unusual person. She's very bright. She's very giddy at times and stuff, but she is a very real person to me, and I think she's the genuine article.
In your research, did you come similar to Judyth Baker working in and around those labs, but maybe you didn't get it, were unable to locate her?